As one agency memo says, we have no answer to the moral question. The safe houses were not the only testing grounds. Millions of dollars would be spent on LSD research at universities throughout the country. And word would begin to spread on campus about this so-called mind-blowing drug. And suddenly, it was the counterculture of the 60s.
I give the CIA a total credit for sponsoring and initiating the entire consciousness movement, counterculture events of the 1960s.
Dr. Timothy Leary, the 1960s Johnny Appleseed of LSD.
The CIA funded and supported and encouraged hundreds of young psychiatrists to experiment with this drug. The fallout from that was that the young psychologists began taking it themselves, discovering that it was an intelligence-enhancing, consciousness-raising experience.
Look there, fucking emailed me last night, by the way. Fuck you, look there. What you can do about it? Idiot. What a moron, dude. You wanna hear what he said? I know it's him. Oh, shit. He's a moron, dude. What you gonna do about it? Ain't gonna do shit about it, buddy boy. He hit me up. I didn't even see it until I got off, so it's not why I stopped streaming him yesterday at all. It's 6:09 p.m. Lookner, I know it's him because it's agendafreetv@gmail.com. Who is the one that emailed me? It's very short. Hi, please stop stealing my stream, or I'll have to file a copyright claim. Thanks. Fuck you. Fuck you so many times, look, man. What are you gonna do about it? I hope one of his people's in here right now. Fuck you too, you little rat bastard. You gonna get me for his voice now? What a fucking... He's something, dude. I don't even know what to put on him now. Nerd's too high of a... It's like a... He's not a nerd. The Dilbert. Is that right? Let's see if Dilbert works for him. Like, this motherfucker got 10,000 people watching him, and he's worried about me using his voice on stream. And stay in your fucking lane, dude. Worry about making your money. No, he's not geeky enough to be a Dilbert. Never mind. Dork. I'm gonna figure out what you are, Lubner. Dork, a contemptible, socially inept person. They're all dressed like complete dorks. Is he a dork? He might be. Also means a male penis. An odd, socially awkward, unstylish person. Also an annoyingly stupid or foolish person. A jerk. Annoyingly stupid. Maybe. That might work. He is a jerk. He is socially awkward. Unstylish. All he knows how to do is wear a tie. Can you imagine him actually going on a date? Would he wear that tie? I doubt it's a fucking whale penis, dude. It says a man's penis. Second definition for North America. Maybe you consider yourself to have a whale penis. I doubt it. Probably more like a squirrel penis. You got the squirrel penis syndrome. Squirrel penis. So I watched the John Oliver 30-minute episode on Hamas, Palestine, Israeli war, whatever. He just put out a new thing last night, today. I don't know. It's gonna single-handedly stop the war, probably. Even TMZ's jumping on the Palestine bandwagon, fucking covering it. They actually do need to stay in their lane. Who gives a fuck about what that dude thinks about Palestine? All I give a shit about is celebrities. Okay. You don't have a normal penis, Pete. You're telling yourself that. Just because the girls don't tell you it's small doesn't mean it's not, dude. I just feel sorry for you. They know if you think it's small, and they know that if you think they think it's small, it won't ever get hard around them anymore. The female tactic, dude. I don't really give a shit, Pete, honestly. So, good on you for wasting your time looking that up.
الصوت ولا شو؟ كيف الصوت تمام؟
I guess you're now right. You know what I mean?
كيف
You
الصوت
can either be
تمام؟
right or you can make friends. So now I say fuck you, get the fuck out of here. The fuck if you're right. Go suck a whale penis for all I care. Hope it fits in your mouth.
تمام الصوت؟
Loser. Why are there so many losers in the world? Show me something that's not a waste of your time? That's not my job, dude. Go get a fucking life. I don't really give a shit if you think this is a waste of your time. Get the fuck out of here then. Yikes.
يعطيك العافية تمام الصوت؟
I already told y'all I stopped giving a shit about this, man. But it didn't change. I'm here for people who don't care that I don't give a shit anymore.
لو سمحت بس بعد إذنك في كاميرا بس. في كاميرا.
What? You check this out, Pete. Fuck off. Bro, you pushed it to the limit, didn't you? I'm telling you, I don't give a shit, man. I don't give a shit who you are. I will delete you if you piss me off at this point. I went through over a week of being sick. I don't give a fuck who you are. Avatar less. You could have donated millions of dollars to me at this point. I don't fucking care who you are. You piss me off, you're gone. Got time for this shit right now. Little shits. Working my way back up to 1,000 band. You want to be the next one? Say something stupid. Let's go. I'm ready, man. Fuck you, Pete Sampras. Pete Sampras has left the building for good. Sure, we'll see some of his alts come through today because he's gonna be all butthurt on it. Lover scorned and shit. All the words I gave him. I was so supportive. I'll show him. I'll bug him with my alts now. I'm gonna waste more time. I'll show him. Dude. Fucking back is sore now. I don't know what the fuck. I slept wrong or something. Either it's that or my lung. Every time I breathe in deep, my right side hurts. This shit's not getting better. It's like one thing will get better and another thing will get worse. Hospitals are getting bored shit too. Hey, good morning, Roses. How you doing? You still there? Be nice. The hostages go. They're not letting any hostages go, Roaches. Why would they do that? I don't know why people think that's gonna happen. Stop. Stop thinking that's gonna happen. Those people are dead, dude. Those people are dead. They went in there specifically to grab hostages and bring them into their underground lair. You think they're just gonna give them back? Dude, that's a pipe dream. That ain't ever happening. Those people are gonna be human shields. Look at this little kid just roam. Oh, he's with her. I was like, God dang. The last thing Pete said anyway. That totally is your fucking job. I don't have a job, dude. No, it's not my job. Whatever you think is my job is not. I have no job. This is not my job. I don't get paid a regular amount of anything to be here. This is by no means a job. Fucking a hobby. My job. I have no job. Anything, I pay to do this. I don't get paid to do this. I pay to do it. It's more like a hobby to me. A lot. I pay a lot to like just a multi-stream. I pay like $900 a year. Oh my god. 6 to 9. I forgot. I might have got a discount this year. It's just one of the expenses. I wouldn't need this internet if I wasn't doing this. What else? These other bullshit things I pay for. The money pit hobby. I have to pay to have friends. How pathetic is that? Oh, shit. Snap, crackle, pop. A little snap, crackle, pop in your life. Snap, crackle, pop in your life. Windows here. I don't even need to smoke to be high anymore, man. I'm high off COVID somehow. Hey, breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Fucking shitheads, there's breaking news. Don't you get it? Shit's breaking. I get out there and fix it. My news is broken. Need look him to come fix my news. If you will. I should just put "fuck you" Lookner on my screen at all time, just across the top. No, I'll wait till he's online. Fucking streamer wars. You fucker, let's start that shit again. Dude, thinks he can tell me he's gonna copyright strike me for using his voice? Let's go, bitch. Take it to court. You know I'm gonna have his voice on again today as soon as he goes live. I hope somebody tells him so he tries to copyright me on it. I'm fairly certain that'll be a hard copyright strike to get me on. I've never even heard of getting copyrighted using somebody else's voice off their live stream. It's gonna really piss him off because he can't get me to stop doing it. That's gonna be my entertainment for the day. Yeah, if you didn't know, he sent me an email last night. He said, where'd it go? There it is. It's from him. It's from agendafreetv@gmail.com, and the title is "Stealing Stream," and the body of the email says, "Hi, please stop stealing my stream, or I'll have to file a copyright claim. Thanks." Of course, I didn't respond to it because I'm not giving him any info or I'm not going to give him a paper trail like that to show YouTube. I'm not an idiot. That's probably what he wants.
Fuck you, I ain't stopping.
You know, and then he'll forward that to YouTube. Oh, but yeah, no, I'm just going to use it. What? Dude, none of that shit's on. None of those games and shit, I'm done with that. At least for now. I'm tired of seeing all that shit over there, dude. This isn't a fucking casino. I can't even have conversations with people half the time. All it is fucking bullshit and chat. No one, new people, when they come through here, they don't want to see that shit, dude. I know they don't. There's too much of it. I'll do that shit constantly. And my fault, I should have never set it up like that. It makes the conversation shit. Everything's interrupted with commands constantly. Maybe if I'm playing like video games or something, I'll have it on. Just fucking covering a war and people are just, I don't know, it's weird. It's like it's a carnival in there or some shit. Hey, and Zor, what the fuck is this shit? I don't like you, dude. Get it out. Stay in your lane over on D-Live. I don't need to see your dumb shit over here. This allows me to ban people more easily too. That's better. There you go, Zor. That's where you belong. You never say anything on YouTube is why I banned you, dude. All you do is that fucking cigarette shit. Fuck out of here with that. If you're not gonna ever say anything but that, stay on D-Live. Learn English or something, man. You spend your time learning some English. I'm a picky streamer. Picky of who watches me. I'm no longer a beggar of viewers. I don't give a shit anymore. Back to my old ways. I had to get so far away from who I used to be. I used to ban people all the time. I got soft, needy, desperate. That's over. to stay out.
كما قلنا هذا العدد الكبير من الشهداء نتحدث عن عدد كبير من الجرحى، نتحدث عن عدد كبير من النازحين. هنا كمان حوالي بدك شاي انت سكان؟ انا قاعد برسي هنا وانا علي قال لي هل ولا من يا اخي تسيبش الكاميرا ولا تسيبش الكاميرا الا عنه سكان ولا تسيبش المراسل بتاعك.
Okay. This is in South Gaza. There's like more hospitals in Gaza City or in Gaza Strip than any other place in the world. So, if they blow one hospital up, doesn't mean they don't have any more. I need my eye drops. Target is selling do-it-yourself insemination kits? The fuck? That's fucking sketch, dude. Tim Pool just posted a video 35 minutes ago about Target selling do-it-yourself insemination kits. That's so sus, dude. You're gonna have women out there collecting condoms and squirting shit inside of them out of them. You know what I mean? You're gonna be like taking a condom out of the trash and... Sheesh. Better get them condoms. It's got the spermicide on them. Shouldn't even be legal to sell those. Can you imagine, dude? Fucking... You know there's gonna be women doing that shit with those. on that, dude, it doesn't even matter. Once you get COVID, you pretty much just got vaccinated, I think, right? I'm tainted now. It's with me forever. Part of the zombie horde. I feel like a zombie. I'm so weak, dude. I feel like my IQ is dropped or some shit. Like I'm not brain is slower, dude. I used to be kind of scatterbrained. Now I'm just like, I'm starting to worry that's not ever gonna go away, man. Oh man, vitamin C fucks with mild autoimmune disorder, I think. It's the thing, man. Like I mean, I'm not normal, dude. High dosages of vitamin C flare me up, I think. I'm pretty sure. Like if I were to eat a bunch of oranges, chances of me having a flare up are higher. I have a whack-ass immune system. Doesn't know what to do. There's not many studies on people that have what I have that have gotten COVID. Oh, but there is the colchicine. Where's that at? Take that. There is the colchicine study. I'll get some applesauce. I gave Simon his medicine. What? Don't be an idiot, dude. Made me longer. You're an idiot. How about that? I don't even think you've done DMT if you say some dumb shit like that. That would be the dumbest decision ever. Do DMT, what you got COVID? No, there's such thing as a bad DMT trip, right? They're not all fun. Some people come back never wanting to do it again. Your joke's not funny though.
Hi guys, come.
I need to find a YouTube shaman. Don't tell me what the fuck I need. Who the fuck are you? You know what you need? Just shut the fuck up. That's official. Yep, salute. Fuck off. I don't like your name anyway. Being low on B12, dude. I'm taking a B complex every day, so I doubt I'm low on B12. You know what else causes lack of energy? COVID. I didn't even take the fucking Advil PM. I didn't even take Advil PM last night. Who else? Is there anybody else here that'd like to get banned today? Let me know. I don't know, dude, if it's gonna fucking pass. I've heard this long COVID shit. Maybe I'm gonna get one of them long COVIDs because of my autoimmune disorder complication. I don't know, dude. I don't normally get sick with the flu and shit. when I do. Bad. I don't think I've had a sickness like this since I've been streaming. It's like 5 years, man. Fuck, man, these dry coughs are weird too. It's like there's nothing to cough up. It just I feel like I have to cough. My ears are hurting now. Like it hurts like I don't know, dude, where my ear connects to my throat. Shit. It's evolving sickness. One thing will get a little better and then something else will pop up. I appreciate its complexity. Keeps me guessing. Keeps it lively. Less boring. Having a COVID party. Ain't nothing but a COVID party. Boom. 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 Nothing but a COVID party. Boom. 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 Nothing but a COVID party. Nothing but a COVID party. Hey man, you wanna come party? Come here, let me cough on you. Nothing but a COVID party. Nothing but a motherfucking COVID party. You only had a mild case? How do you know? Chicken pox. How do you have a mild case of chicken pox? What does chicken pox have to do with anything? You had a cough for a month? Not too bad. The coughing part's the for me it's like the weakest part of it. It's just sore throat, man. The sore throat is the worst part of it. I'm just tired of cough drops at this point, man. Whoa, nah. Oh shit. Not here. What? 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 That was meowed at me. Dude, I gotta keep eating these things, man, because the combination of my mouth sores and my sore throat is constant. Just constant pain. These ones in the corner of my mouth, dude, are definitely bugging me the most. I have more than this big old donker. But if you missed the donker, check this bad boy out. Boy, I haven't had one like this in my mouth in a while. I got fucking lip cancer or something, huh? Dang, you've had a mouth sore. I got a mouth traumatic injury, it looks like. Dude, my back hurts really bad. Left side. I think I need to stretch it out or something. Now I can understand why this really fucked up our workforce back in the day. There's no way I'd go to work right now. Well, most people don't have these mouth sores though that I'm dealing with, dude. So, dude, I don't think this would be nearly as bad right now because I think my throat is covered in mouth sores. I just can't see them down in here. I think my throat is probably a lot worse than this normally would be for someone. Probably. Just wait it out. Cough drop ain't working, man. Like I said, the ones in the corner of my mouth hurt more for some reason. Kind of putting the big old lip donker on the back burner for some reason. It's interesting. You would think that this one would hurt the most, but it's been there a little longer. Like my lips rotting. I don't even know how it happened, man. I didn't bite my lip or anything. I woke up and it was there. What? 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 Meow. 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 So, I mean, can't you tell I'm sick, man? I thought they were supposed to be smart like that. I really hope I'm not contagious anymore, Simon. But at least we got the air filter in here. If that helps. Hey. I know he's not sick, dude. You look okay. Huh. Look okay, huh? I'm sorry. My eyes are kind of glassy. Hey, should did I ban anybody recently that anybody's upset about? Pete Sandwich is the newest band besides that Zor guy that always posts cigarettes and shit all the time.
An idiot is an idiot, two idiots are two idiots, 2,000 idiots wake up,
Oh, well, at least he wrote something in English. The second time he's written a Catholic quote, though. Is that the only English he knows? I was in a relationship once with someone with that last name. They were related to the guy, apparently. You guys are boring as fuck today, you know that? I guess it's pretty normal though nowadays. You just sit there. It's not prayer time. If you want to pray, pray. Yup, you just got more boring. You're getting more boring by the second. Fuck is looking at his dumbass head. Stay up all night covering nothing. It's not a good morning. I don't know why you do that, John. I don't know why you do that, man. I'm not the one to love. There's much better people out there to love. Go find them. Waste your time here. I'll end up banning you one day anyway. That goes for all of you. I don't do this to be your friend anymore. I don't give a fuck about any of you. If you didn't hear me, I don't give a fuck about any of you. If you die today, you die today. I'd be like, oh, well, that's trippy. That'd be about it. Now you know. I don't give a fuck about any of you. Especially if you've never donated. Especially if you've never donated, I give even less a fuck about you. So, now you know. This is what it is, man. If you don't like it, fuck out of here. Enjoy yourself. Touch some grass. Don't expect me to ever reciprocate the love that you show me. That's not what I'm here for. Not anymore. I don't know you like that. I'm not your buddy, guy. Never gonna meet you. I don't want to. You freak me out.
فكها عملت لك اليوم هذا عملت لك 10
Nothing fucking matters, man. Nothing matters. I'm a nihilist now. I took a shower today, in case anybody wonders if I'm itching so much because I didn't take a shower. That is incorrect. I'm just itchy for some reason. I feel the need to take showers to get the virus off of me. So changed my sheets in my bed and pillowcase and everything, hoping that it would help it go away. Hopefully I'm done shedding the virus by this point. Where do these people go to buy clothing? They have clothing stores? Or is it all just given to them? Do they only have like thrift stores? Or do they have like new clothing shops? And they get Amazon delivery. Amazon only delivers by drone to Gaza. Those are Amazon bombs. Special delivery. That's same day delivery right there. It's a good deal. But you gotta get $35 worth if you want the bomb today. Yo, Uncle Buck just showed up. Of course he's running for Congress. It was always a publicity stunt to get his name out there so he could eventually... He's always wanted to do something. Like... That dude's... Remember his weird-ass super soldier videos? He's convinced that he's a super soldier and in some special program that the military had. If that dude ever gets into Congress, I'm moving to another country. He's fucking stupid. He's literally mentally tweaked. There's something going on up there that definitely shouldn't be in our government. After seeing, it's those videos a lot of people haven't seen, dude. Where you would just get up and ramble about being a super soldier. And he had been trained specifically for that. A goofball. Before he did all that Q shaman shit. He's always been a weirdo. Well, for Arizona, he's trying to get in Arizona. Bruh. Oh, they're covering her face up. He doesn't want her showing her face to the camera. Probably. He probably told her to cover her face up. He doesn't want the Western world beating off to her face. He knows how sexy she is. Everybody wants her vagina. Everybody wants it. Look at this skinny pant wearing stylish motherfucker with his Adidas. Jeez. I do have stilts on. The skinny jean thing really is in there, isn't it? They like to accentuate how scrawny they are. It's fucking weird. A little weird. Why do they're like, it's as if they are proud of being scrawny. Some of these dudes wear pants skinnier than the women wear here. Just weird people, man. Why do they like wearing women's pants? Are you noticing this? How tight all their pants are? It's not like they got muscular legs or something. You'd think for as much walking as they do, they would, but apparently all they eat is non-protein containing food. And that's probably what Israel's doing to them. Oh, they're giving them this bread. Some of these people look like they're just walking to this camera just so they can get on the camera, and then because they don't have to come the way that they're all coming. There's a street over there to the like they veer off to come over here and get in the way of ambulances and shit so that they can get on camera. Some of them intentionally stop right in front of it. Like, strike a pose. Oh, yeah, gotta wheel the wheelchair right in front of the camera. Definitely gotta do that. Don't want to miss that. Gotta show the world that we have people in wheelchairs here. Because there's probably like 5 cameras set up right there. At least 2 that we know of for sure. There's more that probably, that they aren't live, or that's like Al Jazeera stream, or some other country that I'm not aware of maybe. There's a row of cameras right there. Like this guy, what's he doing? Was that an Armani shirt? Hold on. I can't tell. They're styling. It's trippy the amount of them that have English on their shirts too. Like American brands or like the Nike shirts and shit I've seen up in there. If they hate America so much, why don't they like not wear our clothing? Or at least like turn it inside out so no one can tell that it's an American shirt. It's because they want our American humanitarian aid money to come in. It's like this guy, he's got a Nike shirt on right in front of us, just there. He walked out. Him right there. Dude, did you see the Hamas? It was some ham thing that Target was doing or something. Like this, they had to pull it from the shelves because it looked like it said Hamas. Mary Hamas bags in Australian. Look at it. In Australian supermarkets. Had to be pulled. Mary Hamas. Gaza is one of the destinations for clothes put in the donation dumpsters. Oh, really? What? That doesn't go to the thrift store? Seems like a long way for that shit to travel. I mean, Europe's a lot closer. I'm sure they got plenty of the same thing. Maybe you're in Europe. I mean, I'm pretty sure we got enough people that need clothing here, don't we? Thrift stores be charging too much out here too lately. They tripping, dude. Fucking thrift stores are stupid now, actually. They used to be awesome. You get like a $1 t-shirt or something. Nowadays, they look everything up on eBay. And they try to get eBay prices for it. Thrift stores used to be fun, dude. You know what I mean? You can go in there now, they'll be charging like $100 for a pair of sneakers if they think that they can get it. Right. It used to be to help out like the needy of our country. Now it's to help out yuppies that want to get some vintage t-shirt. It's ruined, man. You know what I mean? Like now, where do people that don't have much money go shop? You know, might as well go to Ross or JCPenney. I mean, not just to Ross or Marshalls or TJ Maxx. One of those type places nowadays, because the thrift store costs almost as much as that. You can get a brand new one. It really ruined it. Why do they have to try to compete with eBay, dude? Because people were buying them out and selling their shit on eBay, probably. Yeah, eBay kind of ruined thrift stores because it made it so people could go to thrift stores, buy a bunch of stuff, and then sell it on eBay. it turned thrift storing into a business rather than a place to go get something for yourself. It was much harder to sell stuff from a thrift store before eBay. You know, you could get something and sell it in the newspaper or something, but what a pain in the ass in comparison. And then you can sell the entire world on eBay, not just your local city. It really did. eBay screwed up thrift stores. Ruined them. People are so greedy, man. Everybody just wants to make $1. Everybody trying to find their hustle. Doesn't even feel the same donating to places like Goodwill anymore because of that type of shit. I know that my stuff's probably just gonna get picked up by a flipper, not by some needy kid or something. That, because like I gave them my PS3 one year, I didn't use anymore, and some dude probably just grabbed that and flipped it on eBay. It kind of sucks, man. There are channels on YouTube dedicated to it too, thrift store shopping, so that they can flip it, showing people all the different stuff that they can flip if they do it themselves. So it helps to make it even worse. Supply and demand makes the prices increase even more at the thrift store. The more people that are trying to flip. What, bud? What? What, dude? Oh yeah, did you put one of them on Discord, man? Sounds interesting. Heck yeah, y'all. Hey, we're back below 5,000 again on the subs. That's cool. That means we get to celebrate again when we hit 5,000. We weren't going to get to celebrate for a long time again. Now we get to, and 2 subs. My fucking lips are numb, dude. Weird. My taste is definitely off, so is my sense of smell. Like, I couldn't even... I had like 5 bags of shit back there from Simon, because I hadn't taken it out in a while, because I've just been sick. And I double bag them, but still, I would normally start smelling that a little bit when I'm back there. Couldn't smell it at all, man. Where I can smell, I can probably smell this though. Barely. I can barely smell this, and it like there was just weed in there. Let me see if I can smell the grinder. Damn, this is crazy. My mouth feels numb. I can smell it. I can smell it. But it's very, very faint. This should be so strong, dude. It's like grinder, dude. I don't like that. I don't like not knowing what it smells like in here. That makes me paranoid. Does it stink in here? I don't think so. Diamond, what are you doing? Why are you meowing? Meow, meow, meow. Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar, y'all. Hey, shalom. Also. What's up with 5 Marines dying in a helicopter accident in the Mediterranean, though? That's weird. I wonder if Hamas actually did it, but we don't want to admit to it because then it could cause all that war. People think I was too harsh on the people I banned. The ones talking about killing dogs, I'm pretty sure those are not coming back ever. People that wanted to know more about it, and people that were trying to convince me to poison someone else's dog. Yeah, those people probably aren't going to be coming back ever again. That'd be A. Bitsy Brown. You wanted to know if the meat had to be soaked in it or not. Like that comment. And he makes a bunch of other fucking comments that piss me off all the time. YouTube Ninja, I can't remember if that was one of them. Who was the third one? It was, I know Mr. Lamestrange was one that mentioned it. I don't know who the third one was though. Oh, Landon Wright. Yeah, no, you're never coming back. No, I don't remember. But besides them, the other ones maybe one day. And that's a no-brainer. But not bringing back the people recommending. It's not the type of person I want around here. Lips are so dry too, man. It's like I have reptile lips. No, I'm gonna iguana. I smoked a lizard weed. I'm transforming now. I'm gonna wake up one day as a lizard. It'd be a trip to see an American flag in there, wouldn't it? I'm just thinking about that. Why don't they even wear shirts with American flags on them? They don't take it that far. Only Nike, but not Nike with the American flag on it. That shit probably gets burned at the border. You think they even send them shirts with American flags on them? Ever? Oh wait, what's that dude wearing? Wait, no, it wasn't. Just sideways stripes. For a second I thought it was though. For an Israeli flag shirt, but you don't see one of those in there. Or somebody like with a Jew shirt on, like a big old Star of David shirt, walking around in there. I think they would stone him. Yo, dude, get off your balls, bro. Come on, man. Yo. This guy. You seeing this guy right here? What the fuck, man? Just walking around the street acting like his dick was a laser. Pew, 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 pew. He's over there pointing at people. Talking about this one because you didn't see it. Look, look, look. You see his hand right there? Watch it. Right here. He's already touching it. Bop. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew. Like, homie, he's over here like wiggling it. What can I say, man? I can tell when somebody is touching their dick too much. Watch out for it. Watch out for those people. Maybe he needs to go change his underwear. Maybe he needs to have underwear on, period. He's probably free balling it. Cause I'm free. Free balling. R.I.P. Tom Petty, man. Look how mean this kid's being right now. The kids are always hitting each other and shit too, I've noticed. Like the other day, this girl was smacking the shit out of this other girl with a water bottle over and over and over in the head. They teach violence at a young age. Or a violent culture. Most of their rulers ruled by fear. The sultans and shit. They weren't like known for being sweethearts. They're known for putting people on, like impaling people and shit. That's their type. Bill, are you just now saying hi? What are you doing? You couldn't think of anything to say, Bill? After all this time? Got here. It shows you getting here at 9:41 when you typed awesome. That was actually 14 minutes ago. We'll see if we don't even stay that long. That's quite a while. Did I? You pass out or something? What? Alright then. What's new, man? Why don't you just get YouTube Premium, dude? Just say fuck it. It's really not that much a month, man. To not have to ever watch that shit. Speaking of which, should I turn my adblock off? Unpause. Oh yeah, I don't need adblock on this side. Cause I got the premium, dog. I never have to watch it. It doesn't cost me anything for ad block. Why? What do you get for paying for it? And YouTube Premium, what is it? $9 a month, I can't even remember. I didn't think AdBlock was working correctly with YouTube anymore. Oh, it's $14 a month. Whatever. It's worth it for me not to have to worry about any other shit. I'm on here so much. What? First time. I don't know, maybe I should discontinue my YouTube Premium now that they fucking demonetize me everywhere and don't recommend the stream. I mean, I got it back when I had 2 monetized channels and members, and I didn't feel like I was like, oh, I'll give him $14 a month back, whatever. Maybe I should cut that shit off. I didn't think the AdBlock was working right though. People were complaining that YouTube had stopped letting them use it. AdBlock Plus Premium has a different line right now. Oh, he's talking to me. I'm talking to Bill and Lou right now. Are you blind? I'm in the middle of a conversation with somebody, and nobody's talking to me. What is your definition of nobody? Scrub. I don't give a shit that I've lost subs. I just said that I was happy about it because I get to celebrate 5,000 again. That's gonna be momentous. Now, isn't it? I get the party, baby. I get $19.99. That's what happens to you when you start acting like a little bitch. Dude. I really think you're hurting me right now, I think. You understand, time to cut the stream. But no time to cut you, buddy. Get another alts. Keep on getting y'all's alts. See, I knew Bob would be back. That's either Bob or Pete. Ooh, sir. Hell no, no wrath like a lover scorned. And these motherfuckers, they're in love with me. They're in love. They can't get enough of it. What are they looking at? Yo. Everybody is looking at something. It'd be really sweet if the camera would actually do something. Wouldn't it? No, it's actually probably somebody I banned. I banned Bob and I've been banning a bunch of people. Because I really don't give a shit. Some people need a break. I'm letting them have it. You're talking like a little girl? What does that mean? Oh, D. I thought I said doe. I was like, God damn, man. Now Brody? This motherfucker. I'm like... I'm just banning people that are pissing me off. They'll be back, dude. And if they don't come back, it wasn't meant to be. You know the whole saying, you let someone go the comeback it was meant to be. That's what I do. I do that shit all the time on here. Give people their life back. Hang out with Lugner. We just lost the fucking hospital stream. Oh, where's Lugner now? I need him. They're both done. Simon, please stop yelling at me, dude. This crappy stream. This is what Lugner is going to be coming on with, probably. Simon, can you really just stop me out at me, dude? It's not going to get you what you want. Lugner's threatening to copyright me for using his voice.
More.
Oh, a rocket. This isn't game time, dude. It's fucking war. Why do you want to play games? Go play a game then, if that's what you want to do. This is wartime. Isn't happy, play games. War. It's not that time anymore.
More?
What? I thought it was allowed. Gino, come on, just stop. What is what you thought matter about anything? Doesn't matter what Lugner thinks. It doesn't matter, dude. Who gives a shit? If I don't give a shit, that's all that matters. Right here. And I don't give a shit what he says. Even if I'm not allowed to do it, he's not going to take me to court over it. He's not going to take me to court over his video. He's definitely not going to do it over his voice. The big boys don't do it. He ain't got the time nor the money to do it either. What's he going to do? Come out here to California and sue me in small claims court? That's the only way he can keep copywriting me. Because I'll fight every one of them. It is allowed, dude. What's he gonna do about it? He can't do shit about it because he seriously doesn't want to waste the time on it. It wouldn't be worth it. It'd be different if I had as many people as he did or something. Maybe he would see that I'm making money off of it. He could somehow get some of that action. I ain't making shit, so it'd be a complete waste of his time. He's gonna act real big, act real tough, like he can do something because that's all he can do. He's getting tired of his people complaining about it. I really wish he'd hurry up and get on though, so we could start up with the show. Y'all go in there and rat me out, and then we go from there. Numbers will start going up once somebody goes in there and rats me out for it. Because these fucking idiots can't get enough of it. What does he normally get on, man? the court, but he's not going to take it that far. Like, what would he get out of it? He would have to prove defamation of character if that's what he's trying to get out of it, which he can't. He can't prove that I'm not helping him with his numbers. You can't, like, it's so hard to prove defamation cases. Like, you don't even hardly ever see famous people doing it. He thinks he's famous. You saw how that shit worked out for, was that guy's name? Wasn't that was that some kind of defamation shit? With, what's his name, the actor? The Pirates of the Caribbean. I don't know where he thinks he would get me on. Everything I say about him is true, or I say I think, like, I think he gets prostitutes. Complain about you there, and he's major ass kisser, and he pretends to care for them. Yeah. He isn't a shit about any of them. You can tell by how he thanks them. The thank yous are always shallow and the same. They feel empty. There's never anything personal attached to it. Just thank you for your support. If you don't show up to small claims court, yeah, it's true. Yeah, so if he actually went through with it, of course I would have to show up. But I'm pretty sure he would have to come out here. Like, he couldn't just go to Florida, or Boston, I mean, that's where he's at now. He can't just go to Boston Small Claims Court and make me travel to Boston. No, he's got to come to me if he wants to sue me. That's my understanding. Because I haven't been to Boston. Like, it'd be different if I had done something in Boston to him, but I haven't. I've always been here. That'd be crazy if people could make you have to travel across the country, or you lose the, like, there's no way that's a thing. Unless you've been there, unless you did it there. Never been to Boston. Like the thing that you did would have had to have been in that state. I thought it was 5,000 with small claims court though. Maybe it varies by state. And where is this press briefing? This thing has been sitting here for like half an hour.
Stomp, stomp, up, stomp, stomp, up. Do it with me. Stomp, stomp. Come on. Okay, now we're just gonna say and the occupation. Ready? And the occupation.
This is live in Chicago.
And the occupation. Come on.
Like they don't have their own shit to deal with out there. What?
And the occupation.
Fucking dumbass Chicagoans, dude.
And the occupation. And the occupation. And the occupation. And the occupation.
Dude, Chicago is one of the most violent cities in America. You know what I mean? How about you end your own fucking bullshit before you start worrying about other countries? You know what I mean? Out of here, man. What? Going for it. Fucking beta bitch. Fuck, man. All our kids are turning gay. If they're not homosexual, they're just turning super soft, dude.
And the occupation.
Fucking loser. They put women and beta bitch boys on the microphone at these things all the time. What is that shit? Why are they representing so many different protests? Pussies. Oh, makes sense, I guess. They're not getting laid. They're out here to try to find a woman. Imagine the type of woman you'd meet at one of these things, though, dude. Oh my god. She's dragging you to all her shit that she wants to support.
You want to go to the rally this weekend?
Ugh. So lucky. She's got those millions. America's going commie. Liberal college students. Yeah, it's like, what do they think? What do they think? If all of a sudden we just let Palestine do what they want, you think Palestine is just gonna be cool all of a sudden? Everybody's just gonna be chill. Everybody's just gonna be all happy. No more bombs. They're not gonna be trying to take back their settlements in West Bank. They don't even want that anymore. In the occupation, then where do all the Jews go? Now were they gonna just come move here? They don't want to live here. No. When are the fucking missiles really gonna start flying? Because this shit's whack. I want to see our ships start shooting things, you know? Am I the only one? Why are we just out there wasting fuel? What is to start reaching out and touching some people? I mean, get this shit over with. Out of covering it. Especially when it's like this. I kind of wish that the old Hezbollah would go in and shoot off a bunch of rockets so we could shoot them down. That'd be fun to watch. All of a sudden, like 50 missiles come shooting out of all our ships to shoot them down. That'd be epic. Come on, Hezbollah. Show on the road. Lebanon, you're a pussy. I just started World War III. Run around, you can get pictures of videos after war. Yeah, no, I'm not worried about it. I'm not trying to see dead people and shit, dude. I've seen the videos. Boom, 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 boom. I want to see live missile action. Give a shit about what happened yesterday. It's the same thing, different day, dude. It all looks the same. They're tromping around in dirt, shooting rockets. Nothing special. Now our missiles start flying. That's special. We got the special missiles. Special, more special than their missiles. Like Iran, all these countries act like they're like gonna do something. Why aren't they doing it then? They're all talk, dude. It's weird. What are they waiting for? It's go time, man. Yeah. One good thing about having a family, you don't care if you die so much, you know? When you don't have kids and all kinds of family to take care of and whatever, and hang out with and shit. It's like, war, fuck it. No, there's nothing on TV. I think they're being very careful not to piss off the American people because they know that if they piss off the American people at the same time as start a war with us, then it's over for them. Kind of like how Pearl Harbor happened. You know, everybody pops into overdrive once we felt like we had been wronged. The whole country popped into overdrive. Right now we're separated, but if they do something that brings us together, that's where we're the most dangerous. Right now we're kind of weak, man. Our military, sure, we got the biggest military, but right now our people are divided. If they hit us though, that'll change. They haven't quite hit us right. It'll flip, like enlistings will flip. Like right now they're really down. Like 9/11, they skyrocketed. That's what they're being careful not to let happen. Try not to piss off the American people too badly because they don't want our military to get even stronger. Let's see why this hasn't popped off yet. They're trying to make it look like we're the bad guys when it does. Gotta eat some actual food, man. Someone make some soup, I'll be back. And one more can of soup. Dude, that's the same thing they were chanting when I left them. Oh, dumb, dude. How are college kids so stupid? Why don't they have like a speech or something? Okay, they're literally saying the same thing over and over for hours, apparently. Man, times sure have changed since the Martin Luther King days. When they had like nice long speeches that inspire people to want to do what they're talking about. Oh, now they just try to shove it down your ear holes. Over and over and over. So you finally get it. It'll work, right? What? Okay, I got actual food now. I'm excited. My last can of chicken soup. And I'm gonna upgrade it to tortilla soup that I have in there. Hopefully I'll be able to stomach it. Alright, I gotta eat, man. They do it in the kitchen. Oh look, this is what the freeway looks like out here. The 10 freeway right now. Oh, fuck. A live shot. Where it burned underneath it. They don't know if it's structurally. This is Chicago. This is LA. There it is. Oh. I bet homeless people did it. I'm paranoid about this dude living behind my place.
So good.
He's the reason why I got COVID, man. When I gave him back his shitty shorts that he threw in my backyard. Little or no actual structure. What are you, a structural engineer, Bill? They already said that the concrete was flaking off. Oh, that didn't sound right.
So, we already know the positions for
Musk. Probably. Might have came straight out of their place.
set up the camera.
Musky as shit coming out their house. I made sure the whole neighborhood knew that one. Whatever. Didn't take a shower since then. I don't know why I thought that everyone took a shower every day. Because my neighbors used to, I guess. The old neighbors. I would always at least hear the shower going at least once, because I'd go back there, you know, and one of them would be in. All three of them would take a shower every day. It's so rare that I hear the shower running now, and there's two of them. Yikes. I don't think they realized I could hear so well. But go figure, they're nasty people. They let their dogs shit in other people's front yards without picking it up, and they think that since that's public property that they don't have to pick their shit up, apparently. I can't be the only neighbor pissed about that. They still haven't cut their grass either, even after I went off on them about it. Might have to hit the landlord up again and be like, look, can you tell your tenants to cut their fucking grass? But their dog has a place of shit besides my yard? I thought I did that already, but apparently it didn't work. He didn't listen to the voicemail, I guess. Have to make sure I actually talked to him. A pug. One. So at least they're not like donkey turds, but still, dude, it's disrespectful. Not only do they not show me the respect of like someone who's been here before them, I do kind of have like seniority, you know. I've been in the neighborhood. I know what the ins and outs. I know people around here, and like they're not even like they're just going above and beyond to be disrespectful, dude. That's why I snapped on him the other day, and he thinks that I'm just disrespectful because I snapped on him, dude. That fucking let up. It let up for months, asshole. Late night parties they got sometimes, or the fights that I've heard them have through the wall, like midnight, or the dog shit, them not cutting their grass, and parking their car in the fucking sidewalk so people can't go down the sidewalk. They stink. They come outside with their he comes outside with his shirt off all the time and he looks like a fucking blob. Like, what the fuck, dude? You just moved in. You act like some redneck piece of shit. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Actually, they're my worst neighbors, and they happen to be the closest ones to me. I didn't know how good I had it with Juan and his family, dude. Actually, I did, man. I never really had any issue with Juan. I liked Juan and his family alive. They were respectful. We were respectful to one another. This dude, man, no, not at all. They don't even respect each other. Definitely not gonna respect me. Or anybody else around here for that matter. Like, they don't even try, like, whenever they go and run out to get their dog because it's not on a leash, they pretty much just yell at the dog like it's the dog's fault for being out there without a leash. And then they just hurriedly grab it and run inside with it, panicking, instead of like apologizing to the neighbor, getting to know him a little bit maybe, or like, they can't do any of that though, because that neighbor's got dogs, their dog doesn't have a leash, and they gotta hurry up and do this fucking thing real fast. They can't even, you know what I mean? It's just, they're fucking assholes, dude. They're always assholes. They don't see it. I mean, I see how I'm an asshole oftentimes. They don't see how they're assholes at all. That's the problem. As soon as I get my installment loan paid off, I'm looking for a new place. I got about 8 more months, man. $860 more a month, not having to pay that. I'm here. Got down quickly. Well, $860 a month. Paid down very quickly. Thought of a 25. I think I got 7 something left. Last time it was $7,099, but my credit cards are up to over $18,000, $19,000 at the moment, so I have to work on that.
Out that we want to see adhered to, and I would add to that, central in the question of what happens in Gaza must be Palestinian voices who have a right to have a voice in their own future. So we will keep making that clear. We'll make that clear directly in conversations with Prime Minister Netanyahu and other leaders of the government of Israel, as we have publicly.
And you just said like no forcible displacement, but we're seeing people from North Gaza moving to South Gaza because of I mean, what kind of assurance, if any, is the United States getting from Israelis that those people will be able to move back?
So they have said publicly that they expect those people to be able to move back at the end of the conflict. When we say no forcible displacement, there is a difference between people moving out of harm's way, which we fully support. We want to see people move out of harm's way so they avoid being harmed by Israel's military campaign. Move out of harm's way inside Gaza and being forcibly expelled from Gaza, which we very much oppose. So Israel has said publicly they expect people to be able to return to their homes, to return to their neighborhoods at the end of the conflict.
Can I quickly go to hostages? There has been different reports about different kinds of proposals. I mean, to the extent that you can share, what is the latest? Do you have some sort of renewed optimism that there could be some progress on that this week, perhaps?
So, on the first question, I'm going to stick to the rule that I've adhered to and that Secretary Blinken has adhered to pretty rigorously, which is we're not going to talk at all about either the substance or the status of negotiations to secure the release of hostages, including the American citizens who we know remain held hostage. It continues to be a top priority for us. Secretary Blinken had a call with his Qatari counterpart over the weekend about this. There are others in the government engaged on this, including, of course, the president himself. So in terms of the prospects, it continues to be a top priority. But again, we're dealing with a brutal, violent terrorist organization who's holding them hostage. And I don't think I want to put any kind of percentage on assessing what they may or may not do.
Matt, can I just, when you talk about there's no forcible displacement, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, from Gaza. From Gaza. Again, I just made the point. We understand that.
So the Israelis saying basically leave the north and go to the south, or you're basically probably going to get killed. That is no forcible displacement from Gaza. You're talking about.
I'm talking outside of Gaza, from Gaza out to Egypt or another third country. Yes.
Okay, so you're okay with like all of the hundreds of thousands of people who are in the north of Gaza all being.
I would say we support people inside Gaza being moved out of harm's way. Absolutely.
Okay, and then when this is over, you say they're going to get to return?
Israel has said that publicly.
Yeah. To what?
One of
their neighborhoods.
So I will say that one of the homes. If you saw this, I know you did see because you were there. If you saw what the secretary said. When we were in Tokyo, he said there must be a sustained mechanism for reconstruction in Gaza. Obviously, a lot of those homes have been destroyed, and there has to be a mechanism to rebuild Gaza, including those neighborhoods and those homes that have been destroyed, so people can return to where they lived.
Yeah, but saying, oh well, once this is all over, you can go back home. But there isn't anything that's going to be left for them to go back to.
Yeah, obviously Gaza is the location of an intense military campaign. When it's over, we want to see reconstruction of Gaza.
Paid for by.
We will have conversations with partners in the region about that very question. I think it's a little too early to say. We're in the middle of the conflict right now. We're just having to start having conversations.
But it is not just as easy as saying, "Oh, okay, well, you're being told to move south for your own protection." But after that threat is over, then you can go back. When you have nothing to go back to, and no one is going to be stepping up to pay for
nothing about this process. None of the issues in this process are easy, and I did not say they were easy. All of this is difficult. Every one of these principles we laid out will be the subject of intense diplomacy, and none of this, I think everyone that's been paying attention to the issues we've been grappling with and that Israel's been grappling with and that countries in the region are grappling with, no one would tell you that any of these are anything but very, very difficult.
Okay. Last one from me. On the Shifa, the hospital, do you have any thoughts about what's going on there?
Let me say a few things. Number one, you heard Jake Sullivan on TV yesterday say that we don't want to see hospitals be the subject of crossfire. We want to see the civilians who are sheltering in hospitals, the civilians who are being treated in hospitals, including babies in hospitals, be protected. Civilians hospitals are legitimate civilian infrastructure. They should be protected. At the same time, I would say Hamas continues to use hospitals as locations for its command posts. So we talk about difficult issues. This is a very difficult issue. We don't want to see civilians caught in the crossfire. We would love to see Hamas vacate the hospitals that it's using command posts immediately. We would love to see all the people that are calling for Israel to take steps to protect hospitals, call for Hamas to vacate the hospitals and stop using civilians as human shields. We would love to see Hamas take some of the fuel reserves it's sitting on and use that to supply hospitals in northern Gaza. We would love to see Hamas have taken the fuel that Israel offered it yesterday that they declined for use at Al-Shifa Hospital. So it's a very difficult situation, and I would say as a principle, I'll just restate what I said at the top, is we do not want to see civilians caught in the crossfire.
Okay, but you say, okay, you would love to see everyone call for Hamas to vacate the hospitals, to get rid of all their fighters. Okay, but if they don't, you're okay with attacks on the hospital?
I did not say that. I did not say that.
I'm asking you.
Sure. So I am, as we have done all throughout this process, going to decline to comment on specific places, always because there is a bit. Hospitals in general. We do not want to see hospitals attacked. We want to see hospitals protected.
Doesn't remove their people from the hospitals.
Again,
where they are, where you just said they are.
Again, there are. I am not going to give a general answer on this because there are so many variables. Are there still wounded? Are there still civilians in those hospitals? Have they been evacuated? There are a number of things you have to consider when you're going to answer that type of question, which is why we, from thousands of miles away, declined to pass judgment or give a definitive answer about something where we don't have perfect information about what's happening on the ground.
Can I follow up on this one, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, you speak with certainty that Hamas is using a Shifa hospital as a... I
did not speak to Al-Shifa. I said hospitals. Just to be clear, Saeed.
About the Shifa hospital.
Yeah.
You know for certain, the United States of America, the intelligence community, knows for certain that Hamas is using that as a command.
So I'm going to use my own words because you just misstated what I said.
I'm not.
No. Let me just. You did. So let me be clear. What I said. I am not going to comment on any specific hospital. To do so would require me to get into intelligence matters, which I'm not going to do from the podium. I will say, as a general matter, yes, we do know that Hamas uses hospitals,
right.
And there is plenty of public reporting about this. You can read about it in the press, using hospitals as command centers.
Let me rephrase my question. Does the United States have any evidence that Hamas is using this particular hospital or the other hospital as command posts?
With respect to a general matter, I will say yes, we do. With respect to a specific hospital, I'm not going to get into intelligence matters.
But all the hospitals are completely out of service right now. So let me just, if you indulge me, to a few more questions on this particular issue. Okay.
Yeah.
On this very issue. So why don't you rely? There are Norwegian doctors that served in that hospital that came out and said, foreign European doctors and say this is nonsense. There's no command post and so on. Why don't you send in, a commission or the Red Cross or ask anyone to go and see, because that's what they said. Come and see it and see if it's being used as a command post. Why don't you do that?
I think
that would
So I would just say we feel fairly confident in the judgment we've passed. We would welcome truly independent observers going. I think that's a little unrealistic to ask for in the middle of a conflict.
But they are willing. The Red Cross said they are willing to do that.
I think we have seen Hamas at times break its agreements that it's had with the Red Cross and other entities. I think it's a little bit much to ask for someone to go make an assessment like that.
Now you talk about the fuel. You're saying that Israel offered Gaza, offered the hospital something like 200, 300 liters of fuel, and they requested that somebody would come in the middle of the night and pick it up at 2 in the morning and so on. They said, do it through the Red Cross, do it through the the agencies? Why wouldn't they do that?
So
why must they have Hamas people go and pick it up in the middle of the night at 2 o'clock in the morning?
So
isn't that a bit cynical?
I don't think so. I'm not going to. So I first of all, the idea would not be that Hamas people would come pick it up, but hold on. But the people hold on. Sorry, just let me finish my answers. That people from the hospital would come and pick it up. I would say that they should have accepted the offer. I will let Israel speak to the exact specifics of it. But if they need fuel, which they clearly do, they should have taken the offer from the government of Israel. But to the larger point, Hamas is sitting on fuel reserves in northern Gaza. Hamas is using fuel reserves to ventilate its tunnels. If Hamas truly cared for the people in Al-Shifa and in other hospitals in the north, it could take the fuel that's using to protect its fighters and send it to the hospitals so the hospitals could protect patients. They are not doing that.
Right. And so you think that by this continued assault and so on, that Israel will achieve its goal of, let's say, providing care for those who need it, and at the same time disarm the hospital? I mean, what is the end? What is the vision as far as?
So I'm going to let Israel speak to. I'm going to let Israel speak to its exact campaign. I will speak to U.S. principals. They can speak to their campaign.
There has been, since we don't know what happens after Friday, after Saturday, because the Shifa hospital quit counting. They don't have the means to do it anymore. But until then, there were about 11,400 Palestinians who have died. That's about 1 in 200. Doctors, lawyers, teachers, mothers, fathers, babies. We have every 10 minutes we have a child killed in Gaza. So, what is the end game? How do you see this thing ending? Or must the slaughter go on?
So, Saeed, let me start by just reminding you what the Secretary said on Friday, which is that far too many Palestinian civilians have been killed as a part of this conflict. We want to see the government of Israel take steps to minimize civilian harm. We would love to see Hamas stop using civilians as human shields, which they very cynically do. They're the ones that continue to put civilians in harm's way. They obviously have shown no sign of changing that long-standing abhorrent practice of theirs. And we want to continue to get civilians out of harm's way into places where they can be safe from harm. And we want to continue to get them humanitarian assistance. That has been, if you were paying attention to the Secretary's trips around the region, as was true about his first trip to Israel and other countries in the region, that has been our primary focus from top to bottom. And last question.
My last one, too. When the Secretary says far too many Palestinians have died, does that mean enough is enough by now? Is that the end?
It means that it means exactly what it says, which it means that far too many have died. We want to see fewer civilian casualties. We want to see the government of Israel take steps to minimize civilian casualties, and we have direct conversations with them all the time about that. And we want to do all these other things I just talked about to get civilians out of harm's way and get them the humanitarian assistance they need. Because it's been a few. Let me go to someone else. Yeah.
Thanks, Just to pick up on what you left off. Is it your understanding that Israel is trying to minimize civilian casualties? Is it your assessment?
It is. It's our understanding that they do attempt to minimize civilian casualties. They've talked about that publicly. We think there are additional steps that they can take. The Secretary communicated that to them very clearly when he was in Israel, and we've had continued ongoing conversations with them about that.
Thanks so much. If hospitals are indeed sanctuaries for Hamas, which Israel says it is there any active discussion over creating field hospitals and potentially U.S. involvement in it?
Not U.S. involvement inside Gaza, but yes, there has been conversations with our allies and partners about setting up additional field hospitals. There's been conversations about setting up additional facilities where people either in southern Gaza or people who have moved to southern Gaza from the north can seek medical care. As I think you probably know, there are wounded Palestinians from northern Gaza who have been evacuated and left through Rafah Gate to seek medical care. So yes, that is something we continue to work on.
Please come back to more Ukraine.
Can I just have one more on this hospital issue? Given what you just said, what Jake Sullivan has said, and what Secretary said about far too many Palestinians killed, we've asked you this question in previous weeks, but in light of all of these new developments and the targeting of the hospitals, is there any intent at this department or the administration to take a look at, in a formal way, whether Israel has followed the rules of war?
Again, we are monitoring the situation very closely, as we always monitor conflicts. But I'm not going to provide any update on internal deliberations.
I should not be interpreting that the internal deliberation part as there is an internal deliberation on this.
You should interpret it exactly the same way you should have interpreted it 2 weeks ago when I gave the same answer, which is I'm not going to comment on internal deliberations.
You're saying there is no change in the thinking in light of the recent development.
I am saying what I just said, not what you are claiming I said. What I'm saying, so I will use my own words, and what I said is we're monitoring, of course. We monitor this situation as we monitor any conflict, but in terms of our internal decision-making process, internal deliberations, I'm not going to speak to those.
You understand why I'm asking this, right? Because you're saying there are additional steps that they can take, but they don't seem to be taking them right now, and all of this is unfolding with the hospitals. So I'm wondering if there is any change in the administration's thinking on it.
I'm just not going to talk about internal matters. Go ahead, Michelle.
I have a couple of questions, Matt. First, are you on the same page with Israel regarding how to deal with Hezbollah? Did you ask, or did the administration ask the Israeli government not to escalate the situation with Hezbollah and drag the U.S. to a new war or broader war?
So I'm not going to get into internal conversations with the government of Israel. I will say that you have heard us say publicly a number of times, one of our primary objectives is to keep this conflict from widening, and that means to keep it from widening both in terms of preventing additional conflict in the north of Israel with Hezbollah and to prevent conflict widening to other countries in the region.
Are you aware of the reports that Israel targeted journalists in South Lebanon today? And do you have any comment on
I'm not aware of those reports today. If it just came in the last bit while I was coming out here, I haven't seen it.
And finally, in the supplemental package request, the OMB stated that the crisis in Gaza could result in displacement across borders and higher regional humanitarian needs, and funding may be used to meet evolving programming requirements outside of Gaza, and including Israel, West Bank, Lebanon, Jordan, Syria, and Egypt. What does the administration mean by that?
So I think you should take it that we are doing prudent planning, as we always do in these situations. It's not a prediction about what might happen or what will happen in the future. As I said a moment ago, we've made very clear that Palestinians should not be displaced from Gaza. But as part of our planning, we're planning for any number of scenarios. We want to keep this conflict from widening, but we have to be prudent and plan for any potential humanitarian scenarios should they emerge.
Matt, is it correct, staying on the supplemental, is it correct that the supplemental, and this came out, I guess, while we were gone, but removes all congressional oversight from arms transfers to Israel?
No, that's not exactly correct.
Not exactly correct.
It makes that proposed waiver that's in the supplemental makes zero changes to how arms sales would be notified to Congress and made public. The notification of sales, whether it's through government-to-government foreign military sales, FMS, or licensed commercial sales would be the same under the supplemental as they have been for decades. What this provision I think you're asking about would do would be to allow us to waive the congressional notification requirement for supplemental foreign assistance funds, not for arms sales.
So foreign assistance like ESF?
I don't know the exact program. I'd have to look into that.
Economic support funds.
Yeah, it may be. I'd have to look for it and get.
But not for FMF. For foreign military.
Again, I would have to dive into it and get back to you. I think the story, from my understanding, conflated funding notifications and arms sales notification. But beyond any details, I'll have to engage after.
My last one is when you talked about the hospitals and Hamas, using them to operate, you said that you were fairly confident of that assessment. Fairly confident.
We are very confident of that assessment. Very confident.
Fairly
confident.
Well, I just want to make.
We are confident.
Okay, so if you're confident that that's the case, then you presumably then don't have any issue with Israel going out if they give people ample warning to leave.
It is a very complicated question. Not everyone who's in a hospital can leave. There are questions of whether ambulances can get there and transport them out. It is what makes this issue so difficult, and why I'm declining to pronounce specific factual judgments on difficult situations when I don't when facts are evolving all the time.
Right, but I mean, if you but then you put yourself in the position, or you leave yourself open. To never having a position on it at all.
I think we've made pretty clear. I mean, we've made clear what our overall position is. Again, we lay out our general principles, but I'm thousands of miles away from Israel right now. We get conflicting information. You hear, we get conflicting information in press reports. You get conflicting information from people on the ground. It is difficult to pass a definitive judgment about what has happened, what should happen. So I'll decline to do that other than going beyond what our principles are regarding civilian protections. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just wanted to quickly follow up on the civilian casualties, and I will have one more. You said you have been calling on Israel for quite a long time to minimize harm to civilians, but I just wanted to make sure, do you really think that Israel is doing everything it can to minimize harm to civilians, and what are the other steps that Israel can take?
So we do, as I said, think there are additional steps that they can take. What those additional steps are, we've had very direct conversations with them about that, but I will keep those conversations private.
Okay, one more, please. During the Arab-Islamic Summit in Saudi Arabia this weekend, Turkish President Erdogan said that the Israeli minister's remarks about a nuclear strike on Gaza revealed the existence of Israel's nuclear weapons and called on an international investigation on that. What is the U.S. position on this call for an international investigation? And is the U.S. aware of any potential nuclear weapons owned by Israel?
I don't have any comment on an investigation or the underlying question. I will say that the remarks by that minister were completely unacceptable, and we are glad they were immediately repudiated by the Prime Minister.
But you don't support any investigation on that?
I'm just not going to comment on that at all.
Thanks so much. There's a internal dissent memo that's saying the administration is spreading misinformation. I know you won't comment on the actual memo.
Correct.
But, you have protesters out here on Thursday yelling shame at employees as they walk out.
Yo, Mel Gibson's back.
Quit your job. I mean, how is morale inside this building, and how is it affected by all of the kind of...
So I would say that the State Department, like every organization, not just in government but around the world, contains people with a diversity of views. And one of the things that we think is one of our strengths, you've heard me talk to this before, you've heard Vedant talk to this last week, I think you've heard the Secretary talk to this at times. One of our strengths as an organization is that we have that diversity of views and that we welcome people to make those views known. The Secretary has met with a number of people from all ranks of the department, from different bureaus in the department, to hear exactly what they think about our policy, both with respect to Israel and its conflict with Hamas, and with respect to other matters, including very controversial matters. And he encourages people to provide feedback. He encourages people to speak up if they disagree. It doesn't mean that we're going to change our policy based on their disagreements. He is going to take their recommendations and make ultimately what he thinks is the best judgment and make his recommendations to the president.
We need war to bring our country back together again, unfortunately. It sucks, but
it goes
it's the only thing that's going to do it.
We see the diversity of opinions as a source of strength.
We have to be attacked first,
not as a source of weakness.
If we just join the war, it's not going to bring us together.
Jacob Milton. I'm working for Weekly Bangladeshi and a publication called We Are the People and Nagrik TV. As you know, that Bangladesh and Dhaka is another hot place like Gaza. It will become a Gaza Strip very soon if free and fair election is not going to take place. Bangladesh is a sovereign country where 90 to 95% of the people are in favor of democracy and free, fair, participatory and inclusive election. Citizens of Bangladesh become very optimistic once America starts playing a role concerning human rights and democratic process. All major political parties except Awami League are working with His Excellency Peter Haas and other diplomats from other nations. Why must the US government discuss the Bangladesh issue with India? Does it not indicate that our country has already been sold to India by the current regime of Bangladesh? Does the US needs India's concurrence do anything in Bangladesh?
Let me just say what I've said many times, which is we support free and fair elections in Bangladesh. We think the future of the Bangladeshi government should be determined by its people, full stop.
I have one follow-up.
You asked three in one there. I'm going to go ahead.
Thank you, Matt. Assistant Secretary Donald Lu has sent a letter with urging for dialogue between the ruling party and the opposition. But how can there be any dialogue when most of the opposition political leaders are in prison? And I'm wondering who received letter from the opposition as government crackdown opposition is going on, and government workers, been killed, at least 5. So what is your comment? How can be a dialogue in this scenario?
So again, I welcome the attempts by various reporters to draw me into internal Bangladeshi political matters, and I'm going to continue to refrain from doing so. The United States does not take a side in Bangladeshi elections. We do not support one political party over the other. We support free and fair elections.
Dipshits.
I'm good. Yeah.
Okay. I wonder, sir, how can Palestinians accept the offer of fuel Israeli offered for them? The people who live, the patient who left the hospitals, targeted and killed by Israeli soldiers, and as well Red Cross. They said they declared it's very difficult to them to do their duty, and also UNRWA, they lost 99 of their employees. So it's difficult to accept this offer. As well, my question... Let
me just say something first about it. So I think your question goes to what I was saying. I'll get, sorry. The point you just made, and I will definitely come back to your question. Okay, the point you just made, I think, gets to the difficulty I was speaking to a minute ago about finding definitive judgments when facts are so hard to ascertain. You mentioned reports that the Israelis were firing on people near the hospital or relief workers. There are reports that Hamas fighters are firing on Israeli soldiers from inside the hospital. So that so my point being that in such a difficult situation, it's why I'm declining to pass judgment. But I would say in general, if it is so important for this hospital to have fuel, which it obviously is, I would think that I would hope that they would take the government of Israel up on its offer to provide fuel, as well as, of course, as I said earlier, that Hamas would just start turning over some of its own. Now go ahead with your question.
About Israel planning to build a buffer zone north of Gaza, the north part of Gaza and Gaza cities. There is a reports talk about that Israel planning to build a buffer zone to build buffer zone in the northern part of Gaza. So are you sure or guarantee people, civilian people who left their homes in Gaza, northern part of Gaza and Gaza City, after the war is end, they will go back to their homes? Are you guaranteeing that?
So what I can guarantee is what United States policy is. And what United States policy is that there should be no reduction in the territory of Gaza. And that's a matter that we will continue to make clear to the government of Israel and to other partners in the region as we start to have these conversations about the future of Gaza.
Thanks, Matt. I know you won't comment on the reported cable or memo or the many reported cable or memos of dissent, but is the Secretary aware of dissent, particularly on this issue? And would you say that this issue has drawn dissent like perhaps others haven't in his tenure here?
So I'm not going to characterize this issue versus other issues. There are, of course, a number of controversial issues that we deal with. And at any time on a big controversial issue, of course, not everyone in the department agrees with the given policy that we decide to pursue at any one point. So comparing this issue to others, I don't think I'm able to do. I will say, as I said before, that this is a difficult issue where people have very strong feelings for very good reasons. That is not true just at the State Department. You look at the protests that have happened around the country, the protests that are going to happen in Washington this week. You look at the very strong feelings that this issue has aroused in the United States and around the world. Of course, that extends to inside the State Department, where people have very strong opinions. I'll just reiterate that the Secretary wants to hear from those employees. He wants to hear what their opinions are. I won't comment on any dissent memos, but he has spoken in the past about how he welcomes the dissent channel and thinks it's a very valuable channel, and that he likes to get feedback through it, and he hopes that people will use it, and he hopes that it continues to be protected. One of the reasons we generally don't talk about it is we want people to feel that they can use that channel confidentially without fear that somehow it would be used, their participation in that channel would be used against them with respect to employment or promotion decisions down the road. It's a channel that the Secretary finds very valuable, as he finds valuable his meetings with employees, as I said, at all ranks, to talk about their opinions on this issue and many others.
Beyond the channel, has he on this issue spoken to employees or diplomats or anybody at state
who very much support the policies that we have undertaken, as well as people that disagree? And what he does in those meetings is explain how he came to the decisions that he's come to, explains our conversations with the government of Israel. It outlines our entire policy, which is not just support for Israel's right to continue to hold accountable the terrorists that attacked it on October 7th, and that continue to attack it, but also all of our work to protect civilians and to get humanitarian assistance to civilians, our work calling for humanitarian pauses. I think one of the things he makes clear in any time he has a conversation about these issues is it is the United States of America, not any other country, that was able to secure an agreement to get humanitarian assistance into Gaza. It was the United States of America that was able to secure an agreement to get humanitarian pauses so people could move through these humanitarian corridors that have now been set up to move from north to south. So he will continue to make that clear in all of his conversations.
Has it changed his decision-making at all?
I'm not going to speak to impact on his decision-making, but he is someone who wants to have his opinions challenged, wants to have his positions challenged, wants to engage in a good faith back and forth, because he believes that strengthens his ability to make good decisions on behalf of the American people. Go ahead.
Yes, this is a question about the APEC summit this week. How do you expect there could be a trilateral space to talk about fentanyl in APEC, considering that the leaders of Mexico, China, and the U.S. are in the city of San Francisco? Today, the mayor of San Francisco said she would like to hear some progress on this issue.
So I won't speak to any specific meetings that we haven't yet announced, but I will say that curbing the trafficking of fentanyl and the devastating impact it's had on American citizens is something that the Secretary raises in his meetings with officials from the government of China. It's certainly something that was on the agenda when we've met with officials from the government of Mexico. You can very much expect that it will be on the agenda for a number of his meetings at APEC. Okay.
You framed your response earlier that it was the U.S. who was able to get humanitarian aid into Gaza. The U.S.
broker an agreement is what I meant,
and who was able to get these 3 or 4 to 5 hour pauses. So, how much responsibility do you take then for the 11,100 lives that have been lost if you are in a position to stop that today?
I would reject the premise of that. The government of Israel conducts its military campaigns. We talk to them about how to minimize civilian casualties. We talk to them about what they can do to protect civilians and how to get them out of harm's way. We do everything that we can to broker agreements to get humanitarian assistance in, but ultimately this is a campaign that's being conducted by the government of Israel. We will continue to make our policies clear to them. We will continue to offer our best advice to them, as you've seen the president do, and we will continue to work to get humanitarian assistance in.
To Ukraine, Russia, if you don't mind. Secretary Metropolitan.
Are you saying that without the United States, there would be no humanitarian aid going in?
So you never know what a counterfactual is. Yeah. Had we not brokered that agreement, you have no idea whether someone else would have come. Hold on. Let me finish. You have no idea whether someone else would have come in and brokered an agreement. What I'm saying is what did happen is that it was the United States that brokered that agreement that allowed humanitarian assistance to come in.
Okay. Well, was there anyone else that you were aware of who was in a position to be able to broker an agreement?
It was the United States that did it. I don't know what you're referring to. I'm sure you have a...
No, I mean, you're taking credit for all of this. It's just like his question. I mean, if you're taking credit for the quote-unquote good, that means some aid getting into Gaza.
We take responsibility for the things that we do, correct.
But if you're claiming that you have influence with the Israelis enough to get the aid in, then
So what
then you're saying that you don't have any responsibility for anything else?
I think that you were on both of the last trips. I think it's very clear that while we are able to make our opinions known to the government of Israel and we were able to move them, there are issues on which we have disagreements. We started this briefing off about some of the disagreements that we have with them with respect to where Gaza will come.
You're taking credit for
I'm taking credits for things where we have had a direct impact, where the United States government
to something quote unquote positive.
And there are other areas that we continue to work. There are other areas we continue to work on.
Those aren't our fault.
There are other areas we continue to work on. Go ahead.
Thanks so much, Matt. I was hoping you could fill us in on this morning's meeting on Ukraine. The secretary held with the delegation. Did he assure the Ukrainian side that the topic of Ukraine will be on top of his queue despite the challenges abroad and at home?
We, in all of our conversations with the Ukrainian government, make clear that we will continue to stand by them, that we will continue to back them. And you don't have to just look to our private conversations. You've heard the President of the United States speak to the American people about exactly this question when he laid out in an Oval Office address our request to Congress to provide supplemental assistance to Ukraine so we can continue to back Ukraine. In addition to that, the Secretary talked with Mr. Yarmak this morning about steps we can take together with Ukraine to harden its infrastructure for the upcoming winter. We, of course, in the last winter saw Russia trying to take down energy sites in Ukraine. They may very well do that again, so we had to talk to them about steps that they can take to prepare for and respond to that.
As I understand, you also guys are talking to the Russians as part of APEC talks. There's a discussion between Ambassador Matt Murray and his Russian counterpart. Is Ukraine being discussed without Ukraine on the table?
Ukraine is not being discussed without Ukraine on the table. I mean, if you mean the final disposition of the conflict, we have made clear that we will never make any decisions, or we're not in a place to make any decisions without Ukraine. Of course, we will talk about the war in Ukraine, and we will talk about how we can best defend Ukraine. We always do that in partners. The Secretary's talked a number of times about how he's constantly in meetings with foreign counterparts looking for ways that other countries can assist Ukraine. We will certainly do that.
But who is a non-sanctioned Russian deputy prime minister that will represent?
I'm sorry, what was the?
Non-sanctioned Russian deputy prime minister will represent Russia at APEC. Who is he or she?
I'll have to get back to you on that. I don't
have you guys invited Ukrainians as well to the summit?
I'll have to get back to you on that as well. I'm not aware.
The rumors that
I don't know, Alex. I'll have to take it back.
About Iran, if you don't mind. There are speculations on social media that U.S. is about to waive issue a new waiver on Iran that will allow Iran to access $10 billion. Why, when, how? Anything you can tell us?
I think you certainly shouldn't expect me to comment on speculation on social media, and I will decline to do so. Go ahead, and then we'll wrap it up.
Is it true, though?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I just answered it, or declined to answer.
Thank you, Matt. Can you please give us a sense, if anything, discussed in New Delhi 2+2 meeting on particularly Bangladesh upcoming election? Indian press and Bangladeshi press described that they had a good meeting on Bangladesh upcoming election, and we saw the Indian statement as well as the Chinese statement terming as internal affairs. So can you please give us this?
I'm just not going to talk to the. Hold on. As I said, this would be the last. I'm not going to talk to the specifics of the meeting other than what we put out in our readout. The Secretary said in his statement while we were in India. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
want to play for 5 more seconds? Go. Are you gonna play or not? They just wanted me out. No, just wanted me out, man, I guess. No thanks. Alright. Special flight with Russian citizens evacuated from Gaza. Breaking news. This is them apparently. I don't know, it just went live hours ago. This them. That them. Australia. I don't know, man. One of them was Russian. I was in Moscow, though. Bruh. Did this guy ever sleep? He's always on that balcony, man. Then he goes to bed, and he gets up and gets out on the balcony. He's the party leader. Keeps everybody dancing down there. And if you don't know what the heck we're watching, just give me a second, I'll show you. Oh shit, I can't. They haven't showed the crowd yet. No crowd shot. And they've already been singing for 40 minutes. Just him. Yes. Just him. He's gonna make me cured from COVID. He's the man in the sky. He's got the zebra stuff on. He's got the hair. He's Santa Claus's cousin. Forget about it. Look at this guy. He gets laid. Those are all his kids. He's still having kids. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. can't let the Muslims get all the shine. Getting into it. I'm gonna be better tomorrow probably, and then I'm gonna convert to Judaism. I'm gonna start wearing a yellow star on my shoulder. Like commemoration. It might not go over well in my neighborhood though. Yo, I talk good. The amount of time that these people waste doing these rituals, like what could they be doing that would actually be positive? There are a ton of them down there. It's not just like 4 people there. There are probably 50 to 100, 200 people down below him. This whole situation's weird. I need to show people better screen. They didn't show the people. Okay, here's one. This is what it's like down there below it. And he's over here. Wait, where is he? He's right here. Wait. Oh, he's up in here somewhere, man. Oh, he's over here. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know where the hell he's at, man, but these people worship this guy. Why? Does he have a pair of Jesus' old slippers or something? Oh man, that didn't give a good shot. He's in a balcony, dude. He's just up in a balcony like 3 stories high above everybody. How did that become a thing? Father Time. I don't know his name. He seems special though. Look at this guy, he's getting on. Yo, he's got a song.
לראש השנה, שהכל זה הכנה לראש השנה, שלידה חדשה לגמרי, אתם באים לרד מקבלים ויזה לעוד שנה לחיות.
Look at him, he's getting off like a private jet over here. This guy, he's famous, dude. The people love him. He rocks everywhere he goes. Yeah, where is this lady? You hear they were trying to take her salary away from her? That'd be hilarious if that happened. For lying to the American people so much. They voted on it, I guess it didn't pass. Ooh. This isn't a competition bill. What the fuck, man? Problem. Just let the old man have what he's got, huh? Worked his ass off for it. Look at his hair. Whoa, a beach penis. Look at this thing. What the hell? What is that? We found a beach penis. I feel kind of bad for it. Poor thing. Did it want to come out like that? God damn, that thing's scary looking actually. Those are in the sand.
Yes, they was there. Yes, they were. They was in the room. It's a laser or it's light? It's a laser, no?
So I just smoked this sugar coat Percy rosin sauce. It was kind of harsh. The living soil, so it's supposed to taste good or something. I can't taste shit. Glazed donuts, one of the parent plants. The Truth, the other plant. Sugar coat number 9. Anybody ready to put some meat in their mouth? No. I didn't say you could leave, Jim. I said you have to leave. You know what I mean? It's our choice. Get out of here. Know your place. Stay in your lane. What are you doing over there, D-Live? Are you the losers of the bunch? You still there? You still there? You're definitely the losers of the bunch, though. Lost, bro. They fucking lost a long time ago. Losers. About to see who you are. 10 more seconds.
I'm trying my clothes look like flip flops and I come like beer.
There's no D-Live losers at the moment. I had to check. Rumble's even dead right now. There are a lot of losers on there too, man. Like, what's the deal, man? What's the fucking deal? Have the losers finally moved on? Hey, Simon. Why are you looking at me like that? I know it's been a weird week for you, probably. Live off applesauce. I am applesauce man. Dun, 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 dun. Applesauce man. Shit, the bitch is talking, dog.
clean and safe water to communities across the nation, to cleaning up legacy pollution, expanding access to high-speed internet, and building a clean energy economy here in the United States that supports good-paying jobs. So far, the bipartisan infrastructure law has enabled us to launch 40,000 infrastructure projects and award in 4,500 communities across the country. This historic investment in America has allowed up to more than 21 million low-income households with access to free or discounted high-speed internet service through the Affordable Connectivity Program. That's what it's been able to provide, those 21 million low-income households. Start improvements on hundreds of thousands of miles of roads and thousands of bridge repairs. Help purchase more than 3,000 clean transit buses, doubling their number on America's roadways, as well as 2,400 clean school buses. Launch 2,300 projects to help communities build resilience to threats such as the impacts of climate change and cyber attacks. And that is not all. The bipartisan infrastructure law and the entirety of the president's Investing in America agenda has spurred more than $614 billion in additional private sector manufacturing and clean energy investments since President Biden took office. Not taxpayer dollars, private sector investments. That is bolstering the president's work to create millions of good-paying jobs, including a record high number of jobs in the construction sector. That's exactly what Bidenomics is all about, investing in America and in American workers to grow the economy from the middle out and the bottom up. And with that, we have Jake Sullivan here, our National Security Advisor, to talk through the president's trip to San Francisco this week, and also the bilat that you all are going to see later today with President Widodo, and take any other foreign policy questions that you all may have.
Thank you, Corrine, and thanks, everybody. It's obviously an extremely busy time, so I apologize. My opening comments are going to be a little bit longer than usual, but if you bear with me, I'll be able to answer whatever questions you have. Today, President Biden kicks off a significant week of high-level diplomacy that will showcase the breadth of America's strategic and economic engagement in the world and the value we place on deepening our alliances and partnerships. This afternoon, in fact, very shortly, President Biden will host President Joko Widodo of Indonesia on the cusp of celebrating 75 years of diplomatic relations between the United States and Indonesia. Our two countries will announce the elevation of our bilateral relationship to a comprehensive strategic partnership, a new chapter that will drive innovation and prosperity and cooperation for both of our countries. President Biden and President Widodo will have the opportunity to discuss a range of key issues, including the clean energy transition, critical minerals, and deepening our security and defense cooperation. On Wednesday, as you have heard, President Biden and President Xi will meet in the Bay Area for a summit. We anticipate that the leaders will discuss some of the most fundamental elements of the U.S.-PRC bilateral relationship, including the continued importance of strengthening open lines of communication and managing competition responsibly so that it does not veer into conflict. The way we achieve that is through intense diplomacy. That's how we clear up misperceptions and avoid surprises. That's how we work together where and when our interests overlap and deliver on key priorities for the American people. And that's why in recent months, I've had the opportunity to meet with Director Wang Yi 3 times, and it's why our Secretaries of State, Treasury, and Commerce all went to Beijing. It's also why China, for its part, sent its Vice President, its Foreign Minister, and other senior officials here to the United States in recent months. President Biden comes into this summit on a solid footing, given the ways in which he has positioned the United States to be able to compete effectively both at home and around the world. At home, we've had the strongest recovery and lowest inflation of any leading economy. We've created 14 million jobs, more jobs in 2 years than any president in a 4-year term. And we've had 21 straight months of unemployment under 4% for the first time in half a century. Abroad, President Biden has deepened our alliances and partnerships. In just the last year, he's hosted the leaders from Japan, the ROK, the Philippines, India, and Australia for bilateral meetings here in Washington. He formally launched AUKUS. He held a historic trilateral summit with the ROK and Japan at Camp David. He upgraded our relationship with Vietnam on a historic trip to Hanoi. and he's hosted 2 summits at the White House for Pacific Island leaders, as well as a special U.S.-ASEAN summit. Finally, at President Biden's direction, we've taken important steps to protect our national security. We've put in place new rules on outbound investment and updated our export controls on semiconductors and semiconductor manufacturing equipment. And we've continued to uphold freedom of navigation in the region by flying, sailing, and operating wherever international law allows. We're also looking for specific outcomes from the meeting on November 15th. I won't get too far ahead of the meeting, and I'll let the President speak for himself after he has the chance to meet with President Xi, but we believe that there are areas where our interests overlap, like our efforts to combat the illicit fentanyl trade. There are also areas where we can more effectively manage competition, for example, by reestablishing military-to-military communications. And there are, of course, critical global issues that the 2 leaders will need to discuss, including Russia's war against Ukraine and the evolving crisis in the Middle East. All in all, we're looking forward to a productive meeting. President Biden has a long history with President Xi. Their conversations are direct, they're straightforward, and President Biden believes that there is no substitute for leader-to-leader, face-to-face diplomacy to manage this complex relationship between the United States and China. Of course, this week, President Biden will, this coming week, will be doing a lot more than just meeting with President Xi. He'll be welcoming leaders from across the Asia-Pacific for APEC Economic Leaders Week at a moment when the most dynamic economic region in the world is looking to the United States as the leading economy in the world. While in San Francisco, you'll see President Biden put forward his economic vision for the region. He will speak about how the United States is the preeminent driver of inclusive, sustainable economic growth in the Asia-Pacific, and how the Asia-Pacific is critical to growth here at home. You'll see the President join leaders from across the region to announce in record time clear outcomes on a number of pillars of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. You'll see him hosting a Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, PGI event, with major CEOs and IPEF governments that will demonstrate how we are identifying new ways of working with the U.S. private sector to drive high standard investment in the Indo-Pacific, in infrastructure, in innovation, and other areas to unlock sustainable long-term growth. And we're also hosting an event with major foreign CEOs focused on how President Biden's economic policies, combined with our strong partnership with Asia-Pacific economies, are driving historic and outsized investments here in the United States in critical and emerging technologies and in other areas, and creating good-paying jobs for American workers. Finally, before I take questions, I want to give a brief update on the Middle East. The United States continues to work round the clock to support efforts to rescue and reunite hostages held by Hamas with their families where they belong. This includes many young children, one of whom is a 3-year-old American citizen toddler whose parents were tragically killed by Hamas on October 7th. This is a top priority for President Biden, for Vice President Harris, for Secretary Blinken, for me personally. We have all spoken with families of U.S. citizens who are being held hostage by Hamas and have raised this issue with all of our counterparts. This remains a paramount priority for us. Just yesterday, President Biden spoke with the Emir of Qatar to discuss the important efforts and the important negotiations ongoing to try to secure the release of the hostages being held by Hamas. And later today, here at the White House, I'll be meeting with some of the families of the Americans who are currently being held. The United States has also been leading efforts to increase the flow of life-saving, sustained humanitarian assistance, food, water, medicine, into Gaza. While we've made some progress, much more is urgently needed to alleviate suffering among the civilian population in Gaza. We're glad to see Israel take an important step in this direction last week, and we remain in active discussions with the Israeli government about the importance of tactical humanitarian pauses in the fighting, to permit civilians to depart areas of active hostilities, to increase the flow of aid, and to enable hostage releases. We continue to have discussions at all levels, including President Biden with Prime Minister Netanyahu, to urge Israel to continue taking every possible measure to protect civilians. The loss of a single innocent life is a tragedy, whether it's a Palestinian civilian, an Israeli civilian, or anyone else. And we grieve for every innocent who is lost. At the same time, we will continue to stand behind the proposition that Israel has the right to defend itself against terrorist attacks. And with Hamas, as I've said, you're dealing with an organization that has come out publicly since October 7th and said that it intends to commit another October 7th and another one until Israel no longer exists. You have a leading spokesman from Hamas saying that the objective of the organization is a permanent state of war with Israel. That is the reality that Israel is confronting, and it's a reality that would be unacceptable for any nation. And with that, I will be happy to take your questions. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. You said yesterday, and the president said just now in the Oval Office, that hospitals in Gaza need to be protected. Do you believe that the Israelis have received that message, and have they had any response?
So first, what the president has just said and what I've said is that we do not want to see firefights in hospitals. We want to see patients protected. We want to see hospitals protected. We have spoken with the Israeli government about this, and they have said they share that view, that they do not want to see firefights in hospitals. And you've heard from IDF spokespeople stating things along those lines. The Israeli government has also told us that they are prepared to provide fuel to hospitals to ensure that they can continue to operate, and that for certain hospitals, they actually have not been able to be in communication with the people who are actually running the hospitals. So that's something we will continue to work on. But the position of the United States on this matter is clear. Hospitals should be protected. Hospitals should be able to run effectively so that medical care can be given to patients. And finally, to the extent people need to be evacuated from one hospital to another hospital in order to ensure the continuation of care, evacuation routes have to be safe. And the Israeli government has told us as recently as today that there are and will continue to be evacuation routes for people leaving hospital compounds. So these are positions that for us are straightforward. They are clear. We have a constructive discussion with the Israeli government on this, and I believe that they have indicated they hold similar positions on these issues. Now, as for what happens on the ground, in a given hour, on a given day, we can't react to every individual report. We can simply continue to state our position and continue to consult with the Israeli government to ensure that they are doing their best to fulfill their stated position on this.
And then more broadly, the U.S. is now focused on two wars, one in the Middle East, one in Ukraine. What would it mean for this government, and in particular foreign policy and the military, if there were to be a government shutdown come Friday night?
This would be a devastating blow, first of all, to our service members at a very human level, because it would have an impact on the ability of our troops and their families to get all of the benefits and services that they deserve for the service that they are performing for our country. Second, it would send a signal to the world that the United States cannot pull together on a bipartisan basis to sustain government funding and to show a united face to the world at a moment where you see this turbulence around the world. So we will do everything in our power to support Congress coming together around a measure that will fund the government and not have a shutdown occur at the end of this week. Yeah.
Well, the president also said there's an effort to use the pause to deal with the release of prisoners, and it's being negotiated with Qatar. Could you amplify on that a little bit?
Yes, there have been ongoing discussions with the government of Qatar, and in fact, President Biden, as I mentioned in my opening statement, spoke by telephone with the Emir of Qatar yesterday. Qatar has been talking to Hamas. Israel has been talking to Qatar. The United States has been talking to both Israel and Qatar in an effort to try to move forward these negotiations to a point where hostages can be released and reunited with their families. We're not there yet, but we are continuing to try to make progress on that day by day, hour by hour. And as I said before, the president has no higher priority, which is why he is personally engaged on this issue.
Secondly, on the trip itself, what does the president plan to tell President Xi in terms of getting Iran to rein in its proxy attacks on U.S. forces in the Middle East?
Well, from our perspective, the PRC should share the interest of every responsible country that de-escalation rather than escalation in the broader Middle East should be the order of the day. So President Biden will make the point to President Xi that Iran acting in an escalatory, destabilizing way that undermines stability across the broader Middle East is not in the interests of the PRC or of any other responsible country. And the PRC, of course, has a relationship with Iran, and it's capable, if it chooses to, of making those points directly to the Iranian government. Yeah.
Okay. Yesterday you alluded to Israeli intelligence list. Does the U.S. have any independent intelligence that Hamas has military facilities, a bunker under purely Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza?
Well, what I said yesterday is that I'm not in a position to comment on intelligence matters, American intelligence matters. I can't divulge that to you. What I can tell you is that we see plenty of open source reporting about Hamas's use of hospitals and other civilian infrastructure to store weapons, to house fighters, to engage in forms of command and control. But beyond that, I'm not in a position to speak specifically to a report about a specific hospital or a specific bunker.
And so when the president says that hospitals must be protected, what does the United States want to see done with Al-Shifa Hospital in particular and the Hamas facilities that you now point to open source intelligence saying it might lie under it?
Well, your question points up the complexity of this conflict and the added burden that Israel is facing as it goes against murderous terrorists who continue to say their goal is the absolute destruction of the state of Israel. You're dealing with a terrorist organization, Hamas, that takes civilian hostages, including little children, that uses civilians as human shields, that uses civilian infrastructure, even hospitals, in the most cynical way possible. That is, as fighting positions, as military operation centers. And so Israel has to confront that while at the same time not wanting to go assaulting hospitals in firefights that could put innocent people who are getting life-saving medical care in the crossfire. So there are not easy answers to this question, but this is the complexity, this is the burden that the Israeli Defense Forces are facing as they conduct their operations. And our position is that Israel has the right to go after Hamas, but it does face this added burden, and that burden does not lessen its responsibility to act according to the laws of war. And so how that plays out in a particular operational dynamic, this tunnel or that bunker, ultimately those decisions lie with the military fighting. The United States can't dictate that, but we will continue to stand for the principle that the laws of war must be respected even as Israel goes after Hamas and the tools and infrastructure of its terrorism. Yeah.
Do you have any proof of life on hostages, especially the Americans, in the negotiations that have been going on? Has there been anything that could reassure the negotiators, the president and you, that hostages remain alive and potentially could be rescued?
So we have been very transparent about the fact that we have limited visibility into both the whereabouts of the hostages within Gaza and their condition. And I said as recently as yesterday that we have 9 missing Americans, 1 missing green card holder, and I cannot look in the eye and tell you how many of those hostages are still alive. We do have information, and I'll be careful about how I characterize that, about some of the hostages and a notion that there are a substantial number of hostages who are not just alive, but who could potentially be part of a hostage release. But I couldn't give you a number of exactly how many Americans would be included in that. That's something that we will have to work through as we continue these negotiations. And of course, we won't know for certain until we actually get the release of those hostages and they're safely returned to their families. So that's something we're going to continue to work on.
Thanks. I wanted to ask about the House spending proposal. It does not include money for national security priorities that the administration has. Israel, Ukraine, particularly Ukraine. What are the next steps for getting funding if the spending proposal is not an option?
So I will leave it to Karine to kind of talk about the congressional dynamics and particular measures that have been put forward in the House. What I will say is that the president, the Biden administration, put forward a funding request for Israel, for Ukraine, for the Indo-Pacific, and for the border. We detailed exactly what we needed, including for Ukraine, and we still need that, and we need it as soon as we can get it. And we are working actively with both the House and the Senate, both Republicans and Democrats, to secure the votes and to get the vote to get that funding. And I continue to remain confident that while this has been a winding road since we began the effort to secure additional funding for Ukraine, that there is a strong bipartisan majority in both houses to do it, and we will ultimately get it done. How exactly, through what vehicle and what measure, that's something that I will defer to the legislative experts on. I will only say that we are continuing to make the case actively. I'm on the phone personally daily with members, both Democrats and Republicans, to make the case, and we are leaning forward in making it clear that the United States national interest will be deeply harmed if we are not able to secure and sustain funding for Israel, Ukraine, the Indo-Pacific, and the border.
And if I may ask about the trip, please. What is the president's message going to be regarding Taiwan's upcoming elections? Will the president warn President Xi directly, for example, against interfering in the elections?
I'm not going to preview what exactly President Biden will say to President Xi, because I think he should have the opportunity to speak to him directly in person without me proclaiming it from the podium. I will say that the president, broadly speaking, is going to set out a vision for peace and stability and the maintenance of peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. And he will do that in his meeting with President Xi. But in terms of the specifics of that conversation, I will leave that to the president to do person to person, face to face. Yeah.
Thank you, Jake. How confident is the U.S. that the U.S. and China can restore military to military communications? It's now been more than a year since China suspended those talks. So what are the main sticking points from the Chinese side?
I'll refer to China on the sticking points, because ultimately they'll have to answer that for themselves. The United States has been ready for that entire period to sustain military-to-military communications, because we think it's the only responsible thing to do. Having our two militaries in communication is the way you reduce mistake, you avoid escalation, you manage competition so it doesn't veer into conflict. That to us is an absolutely straightforward factor, and no matter what else is happening in the relationship, those military-to-military links should remain intact. That's our position going into San Francisco. We believe that the PRC has been constructive in the dialogue we've been having with them on this issue. We will see what happens in San Francisco, and the president will be able to report after the meeting whether, in fact, we've made progress on restoring military-to-military links.
What's your assessment for why the Chinese has been willing to engage so much more in recent months? How much of it has to do with China's economic struggles? And if that's the case, how can you be sure that what comes out of APEC is long-lasting and not just tactical from the Chinese side?
Well, look, I'm not going to speculate as to what China's motives are. Again, that's a question you should pose to them, and they can lay it out for you. I do think your question raises an important point, though, which is nothing stands still in the world, as we've just seen from the October 7th crisis. And there will be, inevitably, things that arise that are unanticipated. There will be turbulence, as there always is. And the question is, can we create the lines of communication and the broad parameters in the relationship so that through whatever comes, we can manage competition responsibly so it doesn't veer into conflict? That's what the president has set out to achieve in the summit with President Xi.
I just had to message. I wasn't ignoring things on purpose. I had to message the Precious, the cat dude. I still hadn't told him what the deal was with the vet because I've been sick and shit. So I finally told the dude, take the cats in on the 29th, 8:15. I talked to him a little bit through text. That's it. I'm not ignoring you, man. Put your dick away. Did you put your dick away yet? I'm not starting until you put your dick away, dude. I don't care if you leave. I'd rather you leave. If you can't watch this without pulling your dick out, that's better. All right.
And so he sees this not just as a one-off meeting, but as an important moment to be able to establish the kind of basis upon which we can proceed out into the future.
Jake, you mentioned that you guys see this as an important meeting on Wednesday, but I'm curious, will the president, during his time with the Chinese president, try to hold China accountable for the spy balloon this year? I know obviously it seems like it was 20 years ago, but it was this year. The Chinese have said it was still a weather balloon. They said they should get the technology back. What kind of response are we going to see from the president this week on the spy balloon?
Well, as I said before, I'm going to let the president be able to sit down with President Xi and speak to him person to person, face to face, and again, not be doing diplomacy from the podium, and we can report to you afterwards, consistent with whatever is appropriate to share publicly on these issues. But I will say that President Biden took steps to take down that balloon once it was safe to do so and out of potential harm's way to civilians. We were able to recover it, to exploit it, and from our perspective, the critical thing is that because we were able to protect ourselves along the way of that path, we do not feel that there was any information gain that was problematic. And so the United States, the president, is going to focus at this point on how he stands up for and protects American interests going forward across the full range of challenges in this relationship, of which this is one.
Do you want China to apologize?
Again, I'm going to let President Biden speak to President Xi. I'm not going to stand here from the podium and kind of create threats or raise questions or make particular demands, because I think that will not be the most effective way to secure the diplomatic outcomes the American people are looking for.
Thanks, Jake. How would you rate relations between the U.S. and China since President Biden's meeting with President Xi last year? And what would you say that the U.S. has been able to achieve in the relationship as a direct result of their last meeting?
Well, first, the most important thing is that this is a complex relationship, a competitive relationship that could easily veer into conflict or confrontation if it's not well managed. And so managing the relationship in an effective way is the single most important responsibility of the president and everyone who works for him on this file. And then beyond that, the U.S. and China have to be able to speak directly to one another on all of the critical issues that face our two countries, including issues in moments of crisis, like the Russia-Ukraine crisis. And President Biden has had a number of candid conversations with President Xi about the question of military support to the Russian Federation in the conduct of its war in Ukraine. President Biden has had the opportunity to engage, and so have the rest of us, on how we effectively manage peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait so that we can sustain peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. So those are some of the issues that, through intense diplomacy, we have been able to manage intense competition. And then we will look for opportunities to actually generate affirmative outcomes that deliver tangible progress for the American people in areas where our interests overlap. I mentioned, for example, the issue of fentanyl. We're hoping to see some progress on that issue this coming week, and that could then open the door to further cooperation on other issues where we aren't just managing things, but we're actually delivering tangible results. We'll continue to work at that as we go forward.
The U.S. yesterday launched its third round of strikes against facilities tied to Iran that were in Syria. I mean, you've said that this is in part to try to deter other attacks against U.S. service members, but in the hours since that attack, at least 4 times U.S. forces were hit in an attack. So how is this a success if these incidents keep happening over and over?
Our goal over time is to ensure that our forces are protected and that we respond if we get hit. That is what we have done. That is what we will continue to do. And this should be measured over the course of time, not over the course of 24 hours. Now, if Iranian proxies continue to strike American forces, we will continue to respond. President Biden has been straightforward about that. We have followed through on that. We will continue to follow through on that, because the president's view is ultimately he has got to look out and safeguard the security and the physical safety of all of our forces in both Iraq and Syria. We're going to continue to do that, and we have made clear that if we continue to get hit, we will respond. Yeah.
Is there an updated timeline for when the current funding to Ukraine is going to run out?
So, I mean, there's not a literal day on the clock, but each week that passes, our ability to fully fund what we feel is necessary to give Ukraine the tools and capacities it needs to both defend its territory and to continue to make advances, that gets harder and harder. So for us, the window is closing, but I cannot point to a date on the calendar because, of course, this is a dynamic situation, and we have to make decisions about drawdown packages, how we size them, what gets sent, based on our assessment of the calendar of when we're actually going to get a bill passed. So I can tell you it is already having an effect on our ability to give Ukraine everything that it needs, and that effect will only compound over time. We are still able to supply the military assistance that Ukraine has been asking for, but if we got the full funding, we could do so on a much more certain and consistent basis, and that's what we're looking for.
And there's a report that President Biden and President Xi are going to agree to a ban on the use of artificial intelligence in autonomous weapons. Are you able to confirm that, or AI will be a part of your discussion at all?
Of course, AI will be part of the discussion, but I cannot confirm that report. I saw it this morning, and I'm not exactly sure where it came from. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Jake. What's your level of confidence that China has not provided to Russia any military equipment or munitions or technology as it relates to Russia's war against Ukraine?
Our latest assessment is that China has not provided weapons to Russia as part of the war in Ukraine. But I will come back to you to confirm that that remains our latest assessment as of today, because my information is a few days old.
And then on Gaza, if I may, what's your satisfaction level as it relates to what was announced last week, this humanitarian pause? Would you like to see longer pauses beyond just 4 hours a day? Do you expect that to happen?
Well, first, I think there are circumstances where more than 4 hours a day is going to be necessary. And in fact, the Israeli government has recognized that. They've extended some of these pauses to 7 hours, for example, to create the corridor so that people can move around safely. We believe pauses should not be dictated by a strict timetable. They should be dictated by what is necessary to achieve the objectives. And those objectives are safe passage, the ability to move around humanitarian aid. And then ultimately, we'd like to see considerably longer pauses, days, not hours, in the context of a hostage release, and that's being actively worked on as well.
Stop the war.
On the 5 Army Special Ops forces that were killed in a helicopter crash in the Mediterranean over the weekend, because they were there as part of the force buildup because of what's happening in Israel, would you consider their deaths American casualties of that war?
I would not. I would refer you to DOD for what the formal assessment would be, but I would tell you just as a straightforward matter, we have forces deployed around the world in every theater, and tragically these training accidents do occur. This accident did not occur in combat, it occurred during a training mission, and so that's why from my perspective it would not be from this war. Yeah.
Thank you, Jake. I have 2 questions on Gaza. How did staff at the State Department and USAID accuse the Biden administration of spreading misinformation? The Israeli newspaper Ridanot Ahronot said actually some of the Israelis were killed by Israeli army on October 7th, and the number is 1,200, not 1,400. And that's not taken away from what happened on October 7th. But you were adamant that you do not trust the Palestinian sources when it comes to casualties. So accurate information is vital, especially in fighting anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. So does the White House have credibility when it comes to information and accurate information? Can we rely on you when you stand at the podium and tell us certain information and statements?
When I know information, I will tell it to you. When I don't know information, I'm not certain about it. As earlier in this discussion, when we were talking about the number of American hostages who are still alive, those who may have been actually killed by Hamas, I will tell that to you. If we get new information that supersedes the information we have before, I will tell that to you. And we have a track record from day one of this administration to do all of those things. We will continue to do that every day, and I categorically reject the notion that we're peddling any misinformation.
So honest.
Thanks, Jake. You said today, as you said a number of times, about the importance of the laws of war being upheld. Israel has killed around 11,000 Palestinians. Around 2/3 of those are women and children. The situation in the hospitals is dire. Israel has dropped an astronomical amount of ordnance in very built-up areas. Is Israel, in your view, abiding by the laws of war? And if it is, how do you come to that conclusion?
Well, as I said yesterday, I, Jake Sullivan, standing here, am not in a position to be judge and jury to make that determination. It's a legal determination. What I can do is state for you the clear policy of the Biden administration, which we have been unequivocal about from the beginning of this conflict. And that is that even though
we don't care
Hamas
if Israel
is using civilians as human shields,
kills civilians,
burrowing into civilian areas with its rocket emplacements that they are continuing to launch every single day at civilian areas in Israel, that puts an added burden on the IDF, but it does not lessen their responsibility to act in ways that separate terrorists from civilians and does everything in their power to protect civilian lives. That was the case. That remains the case today. That is the message that we've said publicly, and we communicate to our Israeli counterparts privately, and we do that on a daily basis.
And just to be clear, though, the administration's view is that the IDF is doing that.
What I've told you is that I am not in a position to give you a legal determination to your question. I am not in a position to do that. What I'm in a position to do is to state the U.S. government position on how Israeli operation should be conducted, and that is what I have done. That is what I continue to do. That is what I can do from this podium. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. Did Governor Gavin Newsom give the White House a heads up on his meeting with President Xi, and have you guys gotten a readout from his team since, and what did you make of all that?
We had a heads up. We got a readout. In fact, Ambassador Nick Burns accompanied that delegation on that meeting. So it was fully coordinated between the governor's office and the U.S. State Department. Of course, I won't get into the details of that because those were private diplomatic conversations. But we've had a good opportunity to get a download, as we have from Senator Schumer's bipartisan delegation. And Senator Schumer and I actually just spoke today about some of the outcomes of that conversation, which are feeding into work the president will do this week and hopefully help result in some tangible progress. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Do you intend at some stage to provide more details about the kind of military equipment Israel is getting from the United States and the way it's using it?
Yes, the Department of Defense will lay out what we are providing to Israel. I've stood up here before and told you about some of the key elements of that, which have included interceptors for Iron Dome, artillery ammunition, precision-guided munitions. And so the DoD and the State Department will follow normal protocol in laying out the sales and transfers of weapons to Israel. Yeah.
Thank you, Jake. I have a question on your meeting with Yermak, but first on the bilat. As I understand, President Widodo will be bringing the resolution from the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, which includes demand for immediate ceasefire and rejection of Israel's justification that its actions in Gaza is self-defense. So clearly, on the international stage, President Biden is losing ground on this issue. We see this at the UN every day. My question is he ever at all concerned that he may be on the wrong side of history here, and how does he plan to engage with President Widodo on this issue?
And President Biden is looking forward to engaging with President Widodo across the full range of issues in the bilateral relationship and regional and global issues. On many issues, they will agree wholeheartedly. In fact, they'll make significant progress. On other issues, they will have different perspectives. President Widodo's position on the conflict in Gaza is well known. So is President Biden's. They'll both have the opportunity to respectfully exchange views on that issue. They will also have the opportunity to elevate the U.S.-Indonesia bilateral relationship to a comprehensive strategic partnership and to make tangible progress on issues like critical minerals, like clean energy cooperation, and like investment. So you will see in this the fullness of the relationship between the United States and Indonesia, but also the robustness of that relationship and the way in which it has advanced over the course of the past 3 years, notwithstanding the fact that there are differences of perspective on certain aspects of the ongoing crisis. Yeah.
San Francisco has cleaned up their streets ahead of President Biden and President Xi's meeting. They've moved homeless to other parts of the city, cleared tent cities and trash off the street. Is the president embarrassed that an American city needs to go through a total makeover to be presentable for his out-of-town guests?
The president is incredibly proud of the record that the United States will bring as host to this summit. And I went through some of it today. The strongest economic record of any developed country, the lowest unemployment over a sustained period in half a century, far-reaching investments in innovation, in chips, rebuilding America's infrastructure. So actually, Joe Biden thinks he is walking into the summit on the front foot and able to showcase the United States as the premier destination for investment, good job-creating investment here in the United States, all of which will be on display while he is there. And the countries of the world who are coming with a recognition that the United States is in a strong, indeed for a lot of people, an enviable economic position, and that is going to, I think, sustain him very effectively through the course of the week.
But Governor Gavin Newsom said of the cleanup this, I know folks are saying, oh, they're just cleaning up this place because all those fancy leaders are coming to town. That's true. Does President Biden agree it's more important to impress the leader of China than the American people that live in San Francisco and pay taxes every day?
First, I completely reject the premise of your question, but secondly, I don't know what the context of what Governor Newsom said, so I won't respond to it. Last question.
Secretary Blinken said there were Hamas tunnels under schools, hospitals, and mosques. Does the U.S. have intelligence on this outside of what's in the public domain to support this one?
So I can't speak to intelligence matters, as I've said before, and I feel hamstrung by that because obviously we have intelligence sources ourselves, but I'm not in a position today to be able to share that intelligence.
And is it fair to say the conflict in the Middle East is now on at least 3 fronts: Israel, Hamas, Israel, Hezbollah, and U.S. Iranian proxies?
I think it's, I wouldn't necessarily describe it as a 3-front conflict. I would accept that there is an exchange of fire between Israel and Hezbollah. There's an obvious ongoing military operation in Gaza. And yes, we have been struck repeatedly by proxy groups of the IRGC in Iraq and Syria, and we have responded. Those are all, that is all correct. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Jake. Okay, let's continue.
Miss Blueberry
unveiled code of ethics on justices. There's been a lot of scrutiny of justices' conflicts of interest. Has the president had a chance to review that? Does he have a position, or does he believe it goes far enough?
So I'm not going to add more to or go beyond what the president has said already in the ProPublica interview that he shared when we talked about when he was asked about the Supreme Court ethics. So there are ethics rules that apply to other and lower federal courts, obviously, and so obviously the American people have the right to expect those who are serving in high office to meet high ethics and transparency, obviously standards, and so but I don't have beyond that. I know the president has talked about this recently.
And then there's a security incident overnight with the Secret Service agent apparently fired a shot, an attempted vehicle theft and break into the Secret Service vehicle regarding one of the president's grandchildren. Has the president been briefed on that incident, and does he believe that the Secret Service handled that appropriately?
So for any questions about security matters, I would have to refer you to the Secret Service. Any questions, again, any questions referring to this, I would have to. I totally understand. This is personal information. Anything that deals with personal information, I would refer you to the Secret Service, especially as we're talking about security matters.
Lastly, Biden said he felt hamstrung by his inability to release U.S. intelligence assessments of Hamas activities. Has the president given any consideration to potentially declassifying that intelligence? We've seen downgrades regarding all sorts of sensitive U.S. collections, particularly in the Ukraine context. But has the president considered that in regards to what Hamas is doing allegedly in these hospitals?
I just don't have anything to add to what Jake Sullivan, our national security advisor, shared today at the podium. Go ahead, Nancy.
Thanks, Green. This year, auto thefts are way up, carjackings are way up, violent crime is way up here in D.C. A couple of members of Congress were attacked now this overnight.
We need a superhero.
How concerned is the president about the increase of crime in this city where so many government workers live?
So we are definitely concerned about what we're seeing, and not just here, across the country, obviously. And that's why the president's first year in this administration, he made sure to get past the American Rescue Plan, and he did that with Democrats and not one Republican vote. And in that American Rescue Plan, there was billions of dollars that were provided to local cities to make sure that they were able to hire police officers and make sure that they felt like they could have a safer and more effective accountability, community accountability, policing accountability, and that is why he took those actions. Last year, as you know, back in August of last year, he talked about a Safer America plan, again trying to call on Congress to invest over $3.35 billion to fund police and fight crime. And so the president has taken actions. He would like to do this in a bipartisan way with Republicans on the other, clearly in Congress, and they haven't done that. And they've used this as a political weapon, as a political talking point, while the president has taken action to make sure our communities are safer. Are we concerned? Obviously. Obviously, we want to make sure Americans and their families feel safe, not just here in D.C., but across communities. But we can't do this alone. The president, again, has taken action. He's, with the American Rescue Plan, billions of dollars were able to go into states, into communities, so that they can provide funding and police officers to make sure that their communities are safe. But we need more. We need Congress to act. That's why he put forward the Safer America Plan, $35 billion. Congress can act.
What does the president need to know about this laddered CR before rendering a judgment on it?
So we're going to let the negotiations continue. We're going to be in close contact with Democrats in both the House and the Senate, the leadership there, and make sure that they are having their conversations to see the best path forward for the American people. And that's what the president spoke to. I think he said there was going to a conversation happening later this afternoon or pretty much very soon. And so we're just going to let that be.
Thanks, Corinne. So the House plan includes no aid to Israel or Ukraine. Is the White House still confident that their supplemental funding request can pass on its own? And what vehicles remain here for Ukraine funding?
So look, Jake spoke about this very well from here and talked about the importance of making sure that we continue to fund Ukraine, making sure that we have funding for Israel as well. I'm not going to get into legislative negotiations from here, from the podium, but look, I'm going to be very clear. Lives are at stake, right? The national security supplemental that we put forward is incredibly important. It's important for our national security. Also, let's not forget the domestic supplemental as well. So it's important for our needs here, our needs across the globe. And so, look, we're going to not negotiate from here, but I think Jake laid it out very clearly, the importance of continuing to fund Ukraine and the importance of the funding that we've asked for Israel.
You've called the laddered CR unserious. What deal would the White House be willing to accept, given all the stakes you laid out?
So look, I mean, let's be very clear here. I know there's been a lot of questions on this and the supplemental. Look, House Republicans are threatening a government shutdown. That's what we're seeing right now. That would hurt our economy. That would hurt our national security, as I just spoke to. And in September, we saw this happen, where House Republicans threatened to shut down the government unless they got their radical demands. Then they shut down Congress for three chaotic weeks as they try to figure out who their next speaker was going to be after ousting the last speaker. And so, look, you know, there's work to be done. They have to get the work done. They got to keep the government open. And so negotiations are going to be happening. We're going to continue to talk to Democratic leadership on the House and the Senate, and so that we can make sure that we're moving forward in a way that's best for the American people. And as I stated, this latest proposal is very much untested. It is. It's untested. And where they could have, avoided this weeks ago, but instead they were in their own chaos. I'm speaking about the House Republicans here. And so we're going to continue to have those conversations with Democratic leadership.
Is the president concerned that city crime could get this close to his family?
Look, I'm not going to speak to the incident. That's something for Secret Service to speak to. I'm not going to talk about it from here. I spoke to the crime more broadly and what the president has done since almost day one of his administration, starting with his first piece of legislation that he signed into law, which is the American Rescue Plan, billions of dollars going into cities, going into states to make sure that they have the funding available to protect communities, to hire police officers.
Is it working?
That's something that the president is concerned, not just here in the district, but across the country. As it relates to anything else, I would have to refer you to the Secret Service.
Naomi Biden had been a resident here at the White House, and I wonder, when did that change, that she would move to her own residence with her husband?
This is a personal matter. This is personal information. Certainly not going to speak from the podium. I would have to refer you to the Secret Service.
One more thing. The president frequently talks about the fact that he speaks to his grandchildren every day. Do you know if he has spoken with Naomi Biden since this occurred?
I'm not going to get into private conversations that the president has with his family. As he stated himself, he speaks to his grandchildren regularly. He's very close to his family. I'm just not going to get into confirming conversations with his family. Okay.
A follow-up quick question for Kelly. Has the White House considered having Mayor Bowser back over here just to talk about crime in general? I know she was here, I think, early when the president took office, but I'm just curious, any interest in maybe hearing from her?
We are in regular conversations with Mayor Bowser about an range of issues that is important to the residents here, obviously in Washington, D.C. That is something that is continuous. We have an intergovernmental affairs office here, and so we are in touch with her as mayor of D.C., but also other mayors and governors across the country. Look, I've said this moments ago, and I'll say it again. We've been very serious on dealing with the crime that we have seen just across the country, and we'd love to work with Republicans on this. They have not been serious on this. The president, again, put forth the American Rescue Plan, signed that into law, put billions of dollars into communities to help mayors and governors deal with crime in their city and their states. But Republicans aren't serious. He put forth the Safer America's Plan, $35 billion to continue to invest and make sure that we're actually dealing with this type of crime. We don't hear anything from them. So House Republicans more broadly in Congress, if they want to get this done, we're willing to work with them. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. Go ahead.
Say the American Rescue Plan is working, but if the money's not, but
I'm
if the money's there, but what's changed?
Go ahead.
Thanks, Kareem.
Oh man,
Platform said that it's going to require advertisers to disclose when artificial intelligence or other digital tools are used in Facebook or Instagram ads on social issues, elections, and politics. I wanted to find out what President Biden thinks about that.
So don't have anything to share on their new policy, Meta's new policy. Obviously, the president put forward a pretty comprehensive AI executive order recently, and so outside of that, I'm not going to really comment on private entities and actions that they're taking. But obviously, the president takes this very seriously, and you could see that with the comprehensive executive order that he put forward that touches on many important parts of different industries. Obviously, the goal here is to protect Americans.
Could you speak more broadly about what the president thinks social media platforms should be doing within the next couple months to prepare for potential AI-generated misinformation on their platforms, especially going into an election season?
So I'm going to be very careful because you're asking me about election season. Don't want to speak to that from here. Obviously, we take this very seriously because we put forth an executive order very recently that is seen as being comprehensive, that is seen as being transformative, and that is something that we can do here from the federal government. I'm just not going to talk about private companies from here and what they're going to do in the upcoming election.
Thank you, Kareem. I wanted to follow up on the two-step CR that Republicans are putting out. You've previously said that this would be a recipe for chaos and more shutdowns. I'm wondering what the president's message is to those House Democrats who seem at least intrigued by this proposal. For instance, Minnesota Representative Dean Phillips has said that Speaker Johnson's two-step CR, quote, isn't perfect, but a whole lot better than a shutdown.
So look, the latest proposal, as I just said, is definitely untested, and that's true. It is untested. We are going to continue, and this is something that the president was saying in the Oval Office just moments ago before we came out to into the briefing rooms. We're going to be in touch with Democratic leadership in both the House and the Senate, and our number one goal, is to make sure that we take the best path forward for the American people. That's what we're going to focus on. But this is indeed untested, and that is something that we're seeing coming from them. And look, this is something that they could avoid it. And instead of avoiding where we are right now, just a couple days away from a government shutdown, they've wasted time. They have wasted time. So Democratic leadership is going to have that conversation in both the House and the Senate on how to best move forward.
There was an update. I just wanted to be curious. The House Oversight Committee has now issued a subpoena for the former White House counsel Dana Remus. They're also asking for 4 other transcribed interviews with White House employees regarding the classified documents that were found in Rehoboth or in Wilmington. I'm just curious, would the White House support cooperating with the committee's oversight, specifically with this subpoena for Dana Remus?
I'm just not going to comment from here, which is consistent with what we've been doing from here. Go ahead.
Thank you. Follow up on Phil's question. Will the House Democrats know the president's position on whether or not he would sign that continuing resolution before they have to vote on it?
Well, the president literally just talked about this. One of your colleagues asked him about this particular CR, and he said that he wants to. There's going to be conversations on the Hill, negotiations on the Hill, and he wants to talk to the leadership. And so that's in the Democratic House and Senate, and that's what we're going to do. Don't have anything else to share. I'm just going to go to the back. Go ahead, in the back.
Thanks, Green. Some Democrats, particularly in and around the squad, have openly disagreed with the president for being too supportive of Israel. There's also been some grassroots groups that back the president and are now indicating that this could be a deal breaker for them. Is the president worried that this will continue to be a wedge issue within the party, and why can't he get his fellow Democrats on the same page on this issue?
So look, in our party, there's going to be various range of agreements and disagreements, and that's the way it is, right? And in particular in the Democratic Party. The president's going to continue to be clear about this. You heard it at the top when Jake Sullivan was giving an update on the Middle East, where the president stands. The president has been very clear. And when it comes to Israel and what we saw on October 7th, Israel has the right to defend itself. They have the right to defend itself. And so we're going to support Israel in doing that. Obviously, there is the rule of law, right, that Jake talked about, that we believe that should be followed. And you know, we're going to continue to be steadfast in what we believe and how we see this moving forward, and making sure, we just talked about the supplemental, the national security supplemental, and making sure Israel has what it needs, Ukraine has what it needs. Let's not forget, they are dealing with terrorism and tyranny. That's what they're dealing with. They're dealing with an organization like Hamas, who is a terrorist organization, who had said, and Jake talked about this, a leader from the Hamas organization said that they would want to see an October 7th happen over and over and over and over again. And that's what Israel is dealing with. All right, one last question. Go ahead, right in the back.
Great, thank you. President Biden and President Xi are expected to talk about combating illicit fentanyl. What outcome is he looking for here in that talk?
Well, look, I'm just going to say this. I'm not going to get ahead of, obviously, that's going to be a discussion that they're going to have. I'm going to let the president speak to that himself. They're going to have that leader-to-leader conversation, as Jake said moments ago, and the president will have more to share once he has his meeting with President Xi.
Can you just talk about the importance of addressing this issue?
Oh, it's critical. It's important. This is something that we've talked about and taken very seriously when it comes to fentanyl and getting that off our streets. Certainly, we are certainly focused on making sure that we protect Americans and American families. So obviously, this is an important agenda item that the president wants to have to discuss. This fentanyl, getting that off our streets is certainly a critical conversation that we need to continue to have, and the president certainly has taken actions on doing that. All right, thanks everybody. We'll see you on the road.
See you later, lady. Next time, wear something more sexy. That's all I gotta say about that. We paying you for, lady.
They've left their lives behind. It's a long road to southern Gaza. No one knows when they'll be able to go home, if their home will still exist.
I want to see her titties
and
better.
His pregnant wife have fled
Outline.
and then fled again and again.
You know what I mean?
They've just finally arrived in Khan Yunis.
I can't be the only one that likes a little titty action every now and then.
The man carried my wounded wife on his shoulders because I couldn't. When he reached the Israeli forces, they asked him to kneel down. They forcibly removed his clothes, leaving my wife alone. She screamed for an hour and a half. They arrested the man, along with 40 others.
The family head to the overcrowded European hospital. Asma has suffered a brain hemorrhage following an Israeli strike near their home as she was returning from buying bread. The Israeli army say some Hamas fighters are trying to slip south too. They claim to have killed hundreds, including key commanders.
Motherfuckers.
You wonder how anyone is left alive in Gaza City. Doctors in
Motherfuckers better
Al-Shifa
start
Hospital
talking or I'm
are
gonna
fighting
leave.
to save the lives of 36
the one
premature
right now,
babies
man.
taken out of incubators that are no longer running due to a lack of fuel. 3 others died over the weekend. I spoke on the phone to a surgeon in the hospital.
Okay, we are trying to heat them, all right, not to get hypothermic. We contacted the ICRC to coordinate these babies to be taken to Egyptian hospital, but we are awaiting any sort of coordination because this is not the proper place.
Hold the fuck on. It's been damn near an hour since anybody said anything. Are you fucking kidding me right now? I'm not trying to talk to you. You guys should be talking to each other, or saying something to what the fuck we're watching, man. The fuck, man. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. This is fucking whack, dude. Holy shit. Fucking an hour? I'd rather you guys not fucking be here. If you're not gonna say shit. And that's always been my posture on that. Fucking morons. Go touch grass. Stop fucking just chilling here. You know what I mean? Listen to something that might be a little more productive or something. Just get the fuck out of my life. Fucking idiots. You waste my time. And that's you, Lucky. You waste my fucking time. Fuck off. I don't want to fucking talk to you. We're supposed to talk to each other at this point. It's 5 years in. Are you gonna do that? Check this out, bitch. Bob, I'll fix it for you, bitch. There you go. You don't have to do it. Low down on Secret Service shootout on, whoa, they shot at somebody trying to steal Biden's granddaughter's car, apparently. That's all I know. These motherfuckers act like I don't want to ban them or something. You're doing a serial retracted statement thing. That's the one. That's one of the quickest ways to get banned around here. Because that really pisses me off when people do that. Anybody else want to retract their statements? I help people move on, and I'm an angel. I help people get their wings again and fly away. I'm a philanthropist. Hopefully that person goes and gets paid somehow now. Maybe we'll unban people for Christmas if we're feeling extra sweet. Everybody except for the ones that were all about the dog bullshit the other day. Those gotta stay around. Forever. That's J. Busy Brown, Mr. Lame Strange. There's one more. What was that last one? I don't want to ever forget. I gotta remember those dudes. Never comes back. Other one was oh, Landon Wright. That's it, Landon Wright. It gotta be, baby. Oh shit. Oh man. What man, how long is it? Definitely like sensitive. More sensitive than they normally would be. I'm listening to a new song. I'm gonna pick one of these songs on my release radar. Let's see. Shit, there's nothing happening right now.
Science, as you know, is the study of the nature and behavior of the universe. It's based on observation, on experiment and measurement, and a formulation of laws to describe the facts, reveal, formulate, 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 formulate.
That's what we felt, you know, with the funk. You know, it's like, we the funkiest mothers in the universe, and we know it. We don't give a funk what you say.
Too much. They went too heavy, man. That's huge. That song was wild, man. That bass was knocking though. That's not it, dude. That's like one of the lowest listened to songs. I just want to see. This is a brand new album. I just want to see what the most listened to song. Oh. Back in the 80s. Back in the 80s. Fuck your couch, man. Fuck your couch. Fuck your couch. Fuck your couch. Never sugar giving you nigga money. Charlie Murphy. R.I.P. Charlie. R.I.P. Charlie Murphy. Are you wiggling? You better. What are you waiting for? It's wiggle time. I'm wiggling COVID out of my body. You will get out. We hate the wiggles. COVID hates the wiggles, man. Ooh. I'm tired now. That was a wiggle workout. Quite the workout. I'm thirsty. Oh wait, is there sound now? Is stuff happening? What, that wasn't a song? It sounded like a jet in a song, dude. I thought it's... The song tricked me, dude. Oh man, I wiggled too much. I definitely wiggled too much, dude. Why didn't anybody warn me? Nobody cares, dude. Oh. You guys probably knew too, huh? You were like, man, he's wiggling a lot. Better watch out. He's gonna over wiggle himself. Well, I did. Are you happy now? Oh, my shoulders are sore. Just stretch them down. Oh, it's too high. My shoulders got too high. I wiggled them on my back too high, dude. Still got a little high. I think that might be better. What's going on? What's going on? I'm in the spirit world. I'm in a different place than you are. Yeah. I am. I really am. I'm in the COVID spirit world still. I think I'm stuck in here. It was like poltergeist. I'm inside the TV, man. On the maggot races. I'm ecstatic. I sleep, but I don't sleep. I just lay there, roll around all night, wake up sweaty somehow, look at the clock and see that it's barely moved. This has been an interesting week. My head feels like I have like a bag of sand on it or some shit. It's really heavy. My head feels like like a bowling ball. Front of it's weighted or something. It wants to go forward or backwards if I teeter totter it. It's bad. This is my COVID experience. I don't know what the hell yours was. Mine, I got some kind of homeless COVID or something, dude, I think, at this point. I'm starting to think that homeless dude gave it to me from his shitty drawers. I mean, I washed my hands, but maybe I picked it up too fast or something, man. I'm freaking out. I got the homeless person strain of it. Oh, it's stronger. Oh man. Did it really, Mark? More people need to know. Do you have an innie now? Does it actually go inside of you? And like, whenever you get a boner, it's like the turkey's done. It actually comes out. Like a dog's pink thing. Pink thing. Ooh. Pink thing. Fire. Yo, did you hear that? He just said fire. Oh, there's a fire. I thought he was saying it like Beavis, though. A little bit. COVID, yeah, man. Me? Are you asking me? You the guy, I don't know. Yeah, I got a COVID test, man. I thought you knew. You're not in Discord? I thought you were in Discord, bro. I got a COVID test. Whenever I said in Discord that I had COVID, I'd been tested. I wouldn't have said that if I didn't know for sure. I got tested at the lab, sent it to the laboratory. I did not have flu. I did not have upper respiratory infection. And it said that COVID. It had certain wordage, though. It was weird wordage. Hold on, I want to look it up because it was like I even I tried looking it up, what it meant, and I couldn't find it. Let me see if you guys have ever seen this before. Gotta look up my records real fast. Do you use this website, Phil, for your records and you can look up your labs, man. Once they've been submitted. Man, I'm slow right now. Alright. Structure of the Naras. Did it on 11/8. So that was like 5 days ago, man. And I had been sick already for 2 days, so it's just things lasted, man. So it says COVID-19 output detected critical high. Influence of aRNA negative, influence of bRNA negative, and RSV PCR negative. Yeah. Critical high, critical high. It says this specimen is positive for SARS-CoV-2, the coronavirus associated with COVID-19. Test performed on. It just talks about the test. Oh really? So I got the OG one? Or are they all called COVID-19? SARS-CoV-2. Critical high. Like, what does that mean though? Could it have been different than critical high but still be positive? Like critical medium? So we don't even know where to see that. Oh, it's in the main chat. I didn't want to make it a big deal, I guess. I didn't add everyone. I just said it in the chat. If I would have added everyone, you would have gotten notified of it. Yeah. I don't know, man. I wasn't looking for a bunch of sympathy over it. Just trying to get over it. I wanted everybody to know that they who thought I might have it, they were right. To them naysayers. Don't actually have it. Crazy. I knew something was up, dude, because it was different than a normal flu. My face wasn't leaking or anything. And the dreams and not being able to sleep and shit, like it was just, there's something with. And I remember when I still thought it was a hangover, I said that it felt like there was something in my body that I needed to get out of it. That's what it felt like. And that was before, like I even started suspecting it being COVID. That's what it felt like though. There was something in me that needed to get out. Maybe it wasn't the alcohol, but I didn't really understand the feeling. This damn virus. It's in me. It's there forever now. Man, dude. I think they actually did this intentionally to hopefully, man, it's kind of freaky, dude. This new illness. It really reminded me of doing mushrooms, especially trying to sleep. Like a mild dose of mushrooms, maybe. I still can't taste right either. Even this water feels weird on my mouth. My lips are numb. My tongue is kind of numb. Did anybody else get that? Numb mouth. Well, I got these mouth sores though. I don't know, man. I think my autoimmune disorder is doing something wonky with this shit. I keep forgetting I have them because I'm so used to them. Might be adding to the lack of taste. He's looking her up that. The migrant crisis is still happening, y'all. It says major cities brace for migrant crisis to worsen heading into winter. Man, this is gonna be a perfect storm, ain't it? I forgot we still gotta feed Venezuela. Damn, I really forgot about that. Oh, dude. Yo, this guy talking about.
נורא מאוד מה שהוא כותב שם. ועל זה הוא אומר, כתוב, יש פסוק בקהלת.
Yo, what's on his nose?
יש פה ספר קהלת?
On this side. I think that's a big old mole. That's a beauty mark and a half, ain't it? You like his hat? One in the chat if you like his hat. Two in the chat if you think it's too small. It looks too small to me, dude. So I'm voting 2 on that one.
No, קהלת.
It is a good show.
בסדר, יש.
I watch it sometimes.
כתוב בספר קהלת פרק י"ד פסוק ב' תן חלק לשבעה וגם לשמונה. כי לא תדע.
Oh, it's no fun when he gets into preacher time, though. I don't know what he's saying. You know what I like? Hebrew National hot dogs. Those are pretty good. You think he eats those? I wonder if he's ever had them. Do they have them in Israel, you think? Are they from Israel? Man, I want an Israel hot dog. Yeah. No, I don't. I don't have to go there to get it. Yeah, no, they're gonna have to mail me some. I can make them. Yeah, that'd be good. Beef hot dogs. Oh, 1:30. Lookner's gonna be on in 14 minutes. At Lookner me. I'm notifying myself of when he gets here. Don't worry about it. I need to know. Matter of fact, I'm just gonna go in and open it up. 12 minutes and 23 seconds of counting. I think he's gonna have some breaking news for us. I hope so. I'm not even playing. I need something. I'm gonna look at your job. Now he actually does have a job, unlike me, which is I have a hobby. Liver, clams, sardines are the best source. Oysters and beef are good too. Oh, B12? Turns out B12 is like the canker store. I've been taking B12 every day. You're tripping. I've been taking it every day. I've been taking a B complex. I also eat eggs normally whenever I'm not sick like this. I try to eat eggs every now and then, or chicken, which also both have B12 in them. I know about B12 families. I'm pissing neon yellow. I'm taking vitamins, bro. Come on. Oh, now y'all mean well. I didn't just get these sores today. It's in my bio. There's no magical cure for these fucking things except steroids. And that fucks my bones up. That's why I have osteoporosis now, because them steroids will get rid of them quick, and that it's pretty awesome. But there's a downside. Steroids are almost a miracle drug. Almost. They just didn't kill the bones, man. Crazy. Like if I don't know, steroids might mess up COVID too though. I don't know how that works. I usually don't go in for the steroids until it's an emergency though. So I can't eat anything, can't drink water. Not too bad right now. I think mostly because my mouth is partially numb from this COVID somehow. Weird. It's all very weird. That's why I had to kind of go live, just to document a little bit of it. You know, I'm gonna be going through it regardless. And it's not as bad. In the beginning, it was, dude, it was like I couldn't hardly eat. My stomach was super, super sore. Now my stomach pain's pretty much gone. So. It's the mouth and the throat now. I'm really wondering if I'm gonna get my voice back ever. Supposedly some people's voice change forever. Sorry, messed your dog up. Sorry, dude. Try to get a more comfortable life though for a little while. Did your dog just pass, man? I can't remember. Somebody's dog just passed. Sorry, dude. I'm forgetting shit. Brain is under duress. It feels like it's being squished. Headphones are helping. They are squishing it. Man, I need to get some earbuds like Lugner has. Those things are starting good though for earwax buildup. Can't relieve the pressure. Was he on? No, 7 minutes. Okay, it's throat drop time, baby. What are these things? Two every 4 hours? 2 hours. Yeah, 2. my eyesight seems to be suffering somewhat from this shit too. For some reason, I can't read small print as easily as I normally would be able to. Like my eyes are inflamed, but that might make sense with the Bichettes though. Like it might actually be making my Bichettes kind of flare up everywhere. Because Bichettes is actually supposed to affect my eyes, or it can. There's a strong chance that it will one day. I just noticed it's been harder for me to read stuff. Yeah. It's like I've been dilated or something. I remember after I got dilated to get my eyes checked, it was really hard to read stuff. I couldn't focus on it right. It feels like that a little bit again. Anybody else get that though? Maybe you got it too. Maybe it's just a thing that happens with it. Harder to read shit. Cases of chickenpox reported among children in Denver migrant shelters.
In the direct aftermath of October the 7th, the United States seemed unconcerned about a civilian death toll in Gaza. Israel, it said, had an obligation to defend itself. But weeks later, Gaza has turned into a horror house. The corpses of the dead litter the rubble-filled streets, and the living are busying themselves trying to prove their humanity.
We plead with the entire world to see us as human beings, not just numbers, and to take care of us.
The chorus of cries from Gazans may finally be finding semi-receptive ears in Washington, where officials seem to be contradicting unfounded Israeli assertions, such as the one that Hamas is using hospitals as military bases.
We do not want to see a firefight in a hospital where innocent people, helpless people, people seeking medical care are caught in the crossfire.
Whilst calling for increased humanitarian aid to Gaza, Secretary of State Antony Blinken doubled down on the future of Gaza being Palestinian-led, against the backdrop of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's insistence that Israel will be in charge of Gaza's security. Those remarks raised fears of reoccupation.
No diminution in the territory of Gaza, and a commitment to Palestinian-led governance for Gaza and for the West Bank.
It's not only the U.S. narrative that seems to be softening. On Tuesday, French President Macron pointed out holes in Israel's bombardment campaign.
Day after day, what we saw is a permanent bombing of civilians in Gaza. I think this is the only solution we have, this ceasefire, because it's impossible to explain we want to fight against terrorism by killing innocent people.
But while the number of voices in support of Gaza is mounting, so too is the death toll. And on the ground, there is little faith that the former can outpace the latter. The West's tone may be changing, but their support for the Israeli state and its military might
the hell, the
remains
flies are all
unwavering.
over these kids,
Priyanka
man.
Navani, TRT World.
They had flies all over their face, dude. Like, what the heck? Here, wipe this honey all over you. Get the flies. Yeah, there. That's perfect. Now start crying. yes. I haven't ate a Pulsar fries. Nobel Peace Prize. One of the prizes. Getting a fucking prize. Playing the game. I put my quarter in.
I'm here in Gaza City.
Whoa.
We are here next to a house of a terrorist. This is one of the senior terrorists who is the head of the operational naval operations that led the raids into Israel. His house is right next to a school. His house is 200 yards from the hospital of Rantisi. Next to his house, there is a tunnel.
Go in it, I dare you. Oh, I can't see
Now
anything.
I want to show you an operational tunnel. The tunnel is built with electricity. We first saw the solar panels, then the electricity goes here, and it goes down directly to the tunnel. Now you can see the tunnel. You can see the tunnel. The tunnel is let down more than 20 meters down. The rowboat found a door that is bulletproof. It's explosives proof, so it looks like a hard evidence, a clear evidence that the hospital direction is connected. This is a covered tunnel. It's part of the same floor and it slides down here. So it's a covered tunnel so nobody can find it. This is Rantisi Hospital. And this is the place where I showed you the tunnel. I want you to see. This is the back side of the hospital. Hamas used this hospital. Tonight we have entered into this building. I will show you the evidence. Let's enter into the hospital. We're now entering into the area of the hospital where we had found the evidence. This operation was conducted by Israeli Special Unit, the Israeli Navy SEALs. This is still an operation that is conducting. And I'm showing you the first evidence to see.
Dude just got punched in the forehead.
We are now in the area of the basement of the hospital. I want to show you a room where we found all the gear, the operational gear of Hamas. Hamas is using hospitals, like we showed the evidence in Shifa Hospital. In other hospitals, we are now seeing it in live in Rantisi Hospital. An operation still conducting right now. Look at what Hamas is holding inside the hospital. I want you to understand, this kind of gear is a gear for a major fight. These are explosives. These are vests with explosives. Yeah, it's a body vest for terrorists to explode on forces. Among hospitals, among patients, we have hand grenades, Kalashnikovs, and then we have the RPGs. People shooting RPGs from hospitals. This is Hamas firing RPGs for hospitals. The world has to understand who is Israel fighting against. We are now in the basement, and in this basement we found a motorcycle. They were all used in the massacre of the 7th of October. They even have bullets in this motorcycle. So they came back from the massacre on the 7th of October into Rantisi Hospital with hostages on a motorcycle. We're still researching this. Yards from here, we find the chair, a woman, clothes, and a rope.
Oh shit.
A rope next to the legs.
Okay, now that's a little eerie.
And look above this, look above it. It's a baby bottle. It's a baby bottle in a basement. Above a World Health Organization sign. This is a suspicion for an area where hostages were being held. We're now looking at an infrastructure. You don't need to build something improvisedly in a hospital in the basement. Unless you want to hold someone in the basement, you don't want anyone to see him. Again, we're in the same basement, and here we see diapers, and we see, I don't know, maybe something. We see diapers. I want you to see this room. It's in the basement of the hospital. We can see this area is a closed area from the rest of the hospital. We can see the ventilation air that was done improvisely to this area. And we can see infrastructures that was built in here, toilets, shower, a small kitchen, will provide the terrorists their needs. Also conduct a hideout where terrorists take hostages and hide out. And I will show you now the evidence. You're now entering into the room where we suspect the hostages were being held. I want you to look at this room. People are putting curtains with nothing above, just wall. No reason to put here a curtain unless you want to film hostages and deliver movies. And now we'll show you more evidence. In this room, there is a list. This list, in Arabic, this list says, we are in an operation. The operation against Israel started in the 7th of October. This is a Guardian list where every terrorist writes his name and every terrorist has his own shift guarding the people that were here.
Whoa, trippy, man. That was a trippy video, wasn't it? That just came out 30 minutes ago. Breaking news. Breaking news, bro. Breaking. I know there's no breaking, bro. Breaking. Breaking news. Oh, I'm breaking news with you. Where else can I put this? It everywhere, man. Whoa. What is happening? It's lunar time. Are you ready? Look, are we ready? I got you. I got you. Yeah. You're on, man. You're gonna be live, buddy. As long as you're ready, I'm ready. Let's go. All right, over now. Ready. Oh, we're doing this again? We're doing this again? Okay, I'm good with it. Yeah, run. I'm rolling. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. Good thinking. By his own team song? Oh, I don't know. I don't think so. He probably has art list or one of them other things. That's why I was trying to talk over it a good amount, just in case. I don't know where he's getting it from. But yeah, maybe I don't play that anymore. I bet it's on art list. I'll find out. I'll get a copyright strike for it.
Israel-Hamas war ongoing.
It's his special song.
We have a live shot for you right now looking into northern Gaza from Sderot, Israel. The AFP Gaza cam is still down. It is not clear if that cam will be repaired at all. We do not know. But for now, we'll be looking at this and some other footage.
Okay. We're looking at this, okay.
And I see a flare there.
He does see a flare right there. He sees that one.
And also, we're going to bring you the latest updates, take your comments and questions on the air, show you some other video.
He found a flare.
And
he waited till there was a flare.
You live coverage.
Didn't he?
Give me a shout on Twitter X at
waited till there was a flare before he went live.
Oops, there's two of me. We got an echo. I think we might have an echo.
He knew what the people wanted, Lou.
Sorry, that should take care of it.
They want want the flare.
So,
no more flare.
big thanks to our moderators as well.
Man, I'm just here for the flare now.
Oh, somebody saw a flash, so I'll keep my eyes out. And he says a small flash mid-screen. Hey, thanks to our moderators, we have moderating right now, Ruth Krafasi on YouTube. Thank you very much, Ruth.
Is it already thank you time?
Also, we have over there on Twitch.
I think all the mods.
David Green, Papa Bear, and Sharon C54 are moderating there. And
What
over
I'd
on
do
Facebook,
without
we
you
have
guys,
moderating. Bud Green and Paul Anderson and Kay Lowry Body.
I would just lose all day long if I didn't have the mods.
Also, hey, thanks to
I'm a loser.
Hudgens Jennifer for the Facebook stars. Thanks, Hudgens Jennifer. Also, thanks for your support, Aleppo Gambit, Dave Umbarger, Lonnie McGee, Cynthia Catherine Howard, Kay,
It's already
Lynn
began.
Downey, and Stephen Roberts.
He hasn't
Stephen
even
for the gift memberships.
been here.
So, in addition to
5 minutes,
this camera, we also have. I don't know if this is really helpful
2 minutes
at all,
and 45
but it's
seconds.
the first
He's
time
already
I've seen
thanking
them do
people.
this on this camera. We have this night vision.
This fucking camera
now,
sucks,
I don't really
dude.
know if night vision's going to do us much good
No,
here.
it's stupid.
But Reuters did set up a night vision
sucks.
camera
I
in
showed it
State Road.
earlier.
It's basically the same camera angle.
Yeah, exactly, and it's just green. Here, you want to see what it looks like? I'll show you.
Oh, I do see.
We
a flare
also
over
have
here.
this one,
What does it look
guys.
like on night vision? I mean, I don't know that really actually does us any good.
It doesn't. Why even
It's
show
kind
it?
of like you might even see less. So
He
I
just
think
wants
for
to
the
show
moment we'll
everybody
stick with
that
this.
stream that he's paying for sucks.
anyways, it's there. We can check it. We can check it. But it is there. What I'm going to do actually is I'm going to put another window up.
Fire pole, a greased up fire pole. He's got one that's got lube on it. He likes it ultra fast. He grips it super tight though. He's a tight pole gripper. That's what I heard on the streets. On the mean streets of Boston.
Here, so I can use it if I need it. So I can use it if I need it.
There are a lot of firefighters
So here's
out
how
there.
we'll do this. Uh-oh.
He's making me hungry. Pistachio flavoring is dangerous if inhaled. Be careful. Be careful out there, man.
Just in case we need it, I'm going to have it handy. So we can go over to it if need be. There it is there.
Be right back.
I don't want to do that. Throw this right here in case we need it. Just in case we need it. Okay. So now we can do it this way. Hey, look, we got 2 flares back there. See, there's 2 flares there? Actually, we got a third one, too. We got a third camera we can use, which is... Where is it here? Where's the third one? Okay, so if we get rid of this,
I got some COVID chocolate. It's good for COVID, I hear.
And let's get this one. Oh, hey, we got this camera too. Look, this is the other camera. This is the other one. Hey. And this is the AFP camera, which is a manned camera. Let me get that on the screen a little bit better. So the AFP is a manned camera too, at least for now. I have a feeling that all the camera people will go home, like in an hour or so. It's midnight now. I keep hoping that the camera people will stay overnight, but they tend to leave around now.
Damn, it's just now midnight?
But who knows? Maybe they'll start keeping the camera people overnight.
Slow as shit today.
So this is the AFP cam that you just saw, and the AFP cam was zoomed in on the flare. So we have the AFP camera right here. Oh, I need to refresh this though. I need to refresh that one. Let me refresh it. Hopefully that works. So we have the AFP camera. We have Reuters.
I can't even taste this chocolate, dude.
Stay Road, and then Reuters Night Vision.
It's sweet. I can tell it's sweet, but I can't taste the
Oh, here we go.
itself.
Look, we got another flare. Another flare, guys. Look at this. A bunch of activity. All right. So I'll have to keep my eye on these cameras and see what we see. You can actually see this one over here on the left. See on the left, it's like small there on the left. And he was zoomed in here.
On the left, you say. I don't see what he's talking about.
Okay. Now, just a reminder, the Gaza City camera is down. AFP's Gaza City camera is down. I don't know if it's coming back. Time of it coming back is there is no estimate. There is no estimate of when it will come back. I can tell you that. But I can also tell you AFP is working on it. They would like to bring it back, but there is no estimate on its return.
I'm so scrumpy right now, dude. I don't give a shit. I definitely don't feel like shaving.
Give me 1 second here.
Uh-oh. He's gonna try to get me. I'll make some chocolate and celebrate the occasion. Do your best, Lookner. You're mine. You're mine, Lookner.
Hey, a quick thanks to Green Giant and Clay Stalka for your support, and I appreciate that. So we're going to start with the updates very shortly.
I missed the taste of the chocolate,
updates coming
though,
very shortly.
But
also,
like
you know,
it,
at
though.
5:30, we're going to bring you at 5:30. Supposedly, there's going to be at 5:30 in 45 minutes.
Even though
There's going to be a press conference with U.S. House Representatives Rashida Tlaib Tlaib. Is it Tlaib? Am I pronouncing it right? Tlaib? Or is it Tlaib? Who has been the subject of controversy lately.
I mean, I would taste things.
Tlaib, Rashida Tlaib, okay. Over her comments on this whole war. The House censured her on November 7th after she posted a video with the slogan "From the River to the Sea" and made other statements about the 2023 Israel-Hamas war, says Wikipedia. So she and two other House members, Cori Bush and Summer Lee, a number of House members, including Rashida Tlaib, are doing a press conference at 5:30 where they're going to call for a ceasefire. And I know whenever we have somebody speak on camera, there's people in the chat saying, don't make me listen to him, don't make me listen to her, don't make me listen to pro-Israel position, don't make me listen to pro-Palestinian position.
Are you serious
no,
right now?
We don't do that here. I'm sorry, but if I didn't play a video of somebody speaking because somebody in the chat said, don't make me listen to that person, we would never hear anyone on the channel.
Bro.
So if you don't like what the
It's
person's
as if he's
saying,
talking to
when we show a video of somebody speaking or a video of somebody protesting, you can turn the volume down, you can go away and come back, but we're not doing the thing where a few people say, don't make me listen to the person, and then we don't show it. So we show all kinds of people on this channel.
You know exactly how to make me want to shut you up, don't you? He really does, dude. When he starts talking to people like that, fucking dickhead. Fuck is that? What is that? You got, man, motherfucker, you got like 10-year-olds in your chat controlling shit. That's what gets annoying, dude. He's got 10,000 people watching, but he lets the 10-year-old fucking control what he's talking about. I can't stand it, dude. I think some people like it. They're like, haha, yay, he look, there's being an asshole again. That's funny. He's a pussy asshole. He's a little dorky asshole, man. He's not even good at it. He's a bitch, dude. I'll put that on the record. He actually has a vagina. I don't know for sure, though. What do you guys think? Highly likely. A very dry vagina. Dribbling. It's not his vagina. It's like a operated one. He wasn't born with it. He's a low-key boy. Down low. No, down low boy. He's got the vagina pocket. I don't know for sure though. I have to say that. Otherwise you could sue me. Defamation of character. Nowadays, you gotta look real closely at a vagina and make sure if it's real or not. Don't you? It's dangerous out here. Man. We get the magnifying glass out on them. It's not even worth it to have sex anymore nowadays. You gotta bust out an anatomy book next to the vagina to make sure it's got everything. Whoa. Motherfucker. That you like go to school with, you know what I mean? Unless they're like people that you've known all your life, and you know for sure that's a woman because you saw her when she was a little girl in class or whatever. Otherwise, us adults are just screwed, dude. If you're not like in a small town and you know everybody, you just don't know if the person's actually a female or not. And it's rude to ask them, apparently. I just want to ask straight up everybody that I meet. Do you have a real vagina, or did the doctor give it to you? I'm John. That's not cool. I'm John. I was born with a penis. Still got it. How about you? It's only way to know, but then they might lie to us and want us to think they've always had the vagina. Is it worth it to eat chocolate if you can't taste it? Kind of freaking me out, man. I can taste the applesauce for some reason, but not the chocolate. Or the weed. Applesauce, though. Applesauce of all things I can taste. Weird. And chicken noodle soup I can taste for some reason, but it also has like 1.5 grams of salt in each can. $1,500 milligrams. Doctors Without Borders. Any targets that moves from the Shifa complex is targeted by Israel. Bodies in the courtyard of Shifa Hospital lays without burial. Al Shifa. Oh wow. There you go. Happened an hour ago. Looks like I'm talking to myself again. I'm gonna sit here and talk to myself all day or what? Why is it the only way I can get you fucking idiots to talk is if I play Look Nerd?
I want to read this again. This is literally
Why is that?
the
You love
Iceland
this fucking guy, don't you?
government
shit,
agency that reports on volcanoes. According to our latest
Y'all
estimates,
love this motherfucker.
the volcano
I can't
hazard
stand him.
assessment in and around Grindavik is unchanged from yesterday. So, again, there's a decent chance of a volcano there. I will certainly report on it if it happens. But when you see people posting on social media breathlessly implying that something has greatly changed in the last few hours, I'm not aware of this, and that is certainly not borne out by what the Iceland Volcano Agency says.
He's not even talking about the damn war. You fucking moron. Dude. What is he going live with the war for? Fucking idiot ass restreamer now. That's all he does. He just gets on and he's like, ha! I got the stream up, guys. Used to be something, now he just sucks. Sounds like a fucking bitch constantly when he talks. I can't do it, dude. I'm sorry, it's not even worth it. He knows just exactly how to make me not want to fucking stream him and just talk. All he has to do is talk at this point. Israeli troops take over Gaza parliament? How long has it been since someone said something? It's been 30 minutes, I'm fucking out of here. 39. 20 fucking minutes. Wait. It's been 20 fucking minutes, actually. Question mark? All the shit that I've talked about in 20 minutes and all you got is question mark? That's fucking miraculous, dude. You're about as dumb as a box of fucking mud. Unbelievable. And you're talking to myself for 20 minutes. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Fucking annoying though, I know that much. Like, should I go? Should I just fucking go, dude? I'm not needed to do this. Y'all got Lookner. That's where everybody goes. I don't give a shit about this channel, man. Be real. It's been the topic. I was talking for a fucking long time about other shit before I got pissed off and I realized nobody was talking, so I turned fucking Steve's dumbass on, hoping that would spark some conversation. But that didn't even fucking work. And that's when I started bitching about him. So where the fuck have you been, man? That's pretty recent, actually. I wish you fuckers would just leave, dude. I mean that when I say that. If you're not gonna talk, get the fuck out of here. You give me too much of a reason to be here when there's people here. I'd rather drop down to 10 and I'll be like, fuck this noise, I'm out. You know what? Fuck this noise, I'm fucking out. Fuck y'all.